Good deal. It gives you a grace period on your most people just do it till they get ads, right? And then they resubscribe. But it gives you like a grace period. Like even if you don't resubscribe for like 5 or 6 days, it'll still keep your streak going. I guess because they know not everybody streams every day, I guess. Yeah, I'll do like an announcement at the beginning of the show, so hopefully people will see it. If not, whatever. If I can get another device like my dad's or Mariah's or Liam's or something and play it, I'll start another alliance if I happen to be on the maps that any of you guys are on.
What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up, listen up.
Let me finish this post. We'll get started.
Because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are big.
What's up, Jay?
Doubt we've been thinking for ourselves. Never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves. We won't let the world burn away. Burn
All right, let me kill that music. We'll roll the intro. And cue Intel Lady.
Melissa Williams
Listen up,
just
you guys are
subscribed.
really mad at me because of my last broadcast. I disclosed a God dream where we were all instructed by God to
I forgot my
subscribe to
glasses.
Cold Beer Confessional channel on Rumble and BitChute and Twitch and YouTube. Listen, it's not my fault. I have to disclose what I'm told by God. So don't get mad at me. If you want to do something about that, the best thing you can do is go into the comments section on his YouTube channel. Just imagine these guys are you guys going into the Will Bird's comments section and saying things like, your channel is trash, your sunglasses look ridiculous, you're not a real patriot, or, your wife can do better, just anything like that. And for those of you saying that actually that will help his channel because it will bring more engagement and it'll help the algorithms, I've already run this past Uncle Teshy. Uncle Teshy knows about algorithms, okay? There is nothing Nikola Tesla is more expert at than YouTube algorithms. And if he says it won't affect it, then it won't affect it. So I strongly suggest that you guys get into the comments section and call this guy an asshole.
That's right. Call this guy an asshole. Thank you guys for joining us. I'm Will Bard. This is Cold Beer Confessional. Yeah, thanks for coming out. Another show. Another day. I've got some announcements I'll probably go over first. Let me check out. Why is my shoulder cut off? I don't like that. I'm trying to figure out some of my settings on OBS. Keep change. I guess that's just the camera. Did the camera move? I don't know. It doesn't. It's not that big a deal. Either way, thank you guys. I'm usually on the other side of the screen. I think that's the problem. Thank you guys for joining us. If you want to support the show, make sure you like, share, hang out with us. Enjoy the chat. There'll be if anybody wants to put in their 2 cents. Again, I'm not looking for a co-host, but I'll be in the Discord room here in a little bit. Just the regular hangout. Everybody can get into it. And we'll do that if you're interested. We're going to talk about kind of a touchy subject, I guess. I know we got a lot of Trump fans and a lot of people that absolutely hate Trump. And there's been a lot of tension and turmoil and stuff going on around him the last couple of days. But we're just talking about politics in general. So we're not actually talking about Trump, although I think that what I want to talk about, he's a symptom of. I don't think that he is. I don't think that he's the cause of it, but he's definitely a symptom of this new like populist rhetoric. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. Let me change the camera around here. There we go. Put me in my corner. I feel awkward when I'm too big. All right. First of all, if you want to support the stream, we have donation animations. I'm working on the Roach one. We have donation animations right now for 500, 600, 700 bits, and 1,000 bits. All those set off different animations that happen on the screen. Plus, you'll get, I'll acknowledge you. I think 100 bits is the smallest, like $1. 100 bits is the smallest, you get acknowledgement. You can also use the links behind me on this purple website. This is coldbeer.fund, coldbeer.fund, coldbeer.fund. Coldbeer.live comes to my show. Coldbeer.fund is to support the show. So you have different options. You have Buy Me a Coffee. You have Patreon where you get extra content. We do a couple shows a week on Patreon, different levels, get different shows. You can also use this skull. That's the old school one, just in case something's not working or you prefer it or whatever. Dono Clip is the new one. Dono Clip is where you can send an audio or video message if you want to. Record an audio or video message. It's only 30 seconds right now. I think they're working on, depending on the amount of donation, how long it is maybe. But it's something like this. Here's one from Ramesh. We'll play it. This is an audio version.
Phildo, this is Ramesh. The truth is a nightmare for someone who lies for a living. Welcome to your nightmare.
There you go. That's how you do it. Record an audio or video message, and you are good to go. So that's how that works. And I like it because it's more personalized. I mean, you can send a message. Like somebody just sent me a message on Buy Me a Coffee that I'm going to read in a second. But you can put it like in your voice and do it over your own. So I kind of like it that way, but that's up to you guys, whichever one you want to use. It's not a big deal to me, but that's the new one we're trying out. Also, the mods, don't forget, there are new versions to where you can, or there's been an update to where you can favorite videos. Videos are searchable now. You can put videos in the favorite. So if we get a really good example of one, maybe like one of the super sweet ones that Suko does, or if we get a really funny one, throw a star beside it, or an exceptional donation. Like if people are donating $5, they shouldn't get the same amount of play as someone who donates like $30. You know what I mean? So if it's a higher level donation, make sure you favorite it, and I'll play it more. And you guys can do that, and then I can see the favorite list. I think you guys can too, but that's how that works. Either way, we're currently running a sponsored stream. Okay. So the sponsored stream is something called Puzzles and Survival. And the link just went off in my chat. You can use ! PNS to get the link. Plus, I'll try to put it in the video below these videos. I know it's on my Facebook page from a post yesterday. I'll try to make sure it's on YouTube as a pinned comment, and maybe even Rumble as well. So if you use that link and download it, it's kind of like, you guys remember Candy Crush? It's kind of like a color matching game, color and symbol matching game. But when you do it, you're fighting zombies. So like, instead of like just blowing up or defeating a level, you're like when you match them, they shoot out and hit zombies. Thank you very much. That was Ribeye 15 with 200 bits. So when you do that, they like shoot out and hit zombies. And that's basically what the game is. If you can get to your headquarters to level 5, that's the first goal. Then the second goal
Burgie 445 just resubscribed for 11 months.
The second goal is to join an alliance and attack, call out an alliance attack on a zombie lair. So we've had 16 people reach the first goal and 8 people reach the second one. The second one is harder. I'll just be honest with you. So like if you just finish the first one and that's all you can do, don't even worry about the second one. But if you finish the first one, you kind of like it and you think you can do more, cool, more power to you. That would be awesome. But damn it. But yeah, I would appreciate if you try that. Help me out. I mean, it's like making a donation without having to make a donation. When someone asked me, Jarbones asked me with a donation earlier, am I good to go on Puzzles and Survivor? I don't know. It only tells me someone. It will not tell me names. It just says someone. So the best I can tell you is if your headquarters is at least level 5, then you made the first one. There it is. A player rallied an attack on a lair. So that's the second goal there. Rally an attack on a lair. But yeah, I can't really tell. Everything just says someone to me. But it's get your headquarters building. It'll say beside it. It'll have a little number and it'll say 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever. And then
Incoming dono clip.
Uh-oh. Jay Sally. Anyways, yeah, if you get that and then you call your alliance to a zombie lair, you're good. Those are both goals. Yeah, it's up to you. The mods, you can play that dono clip whenever. I'm trying to figure out why my animation's not connecting currently. Show contact information, yes. 168.3, that should connect.
Hey Wilbert, I bought this El Camino last year, and I was hoping you could come up to Ohio and give me a hand with it.
Hey, that's a pretty cool car. I always liked El Caminos. My dad, we're a big Chevrolet family. My dad had an old Nova Super Sport. That was his car, but we've always been like a Chevrolet family. My dad used to say he would like run us off if we if we did something wrong, or if we bought the wrong brand. But yeah, it's a pretty cool car. Are you going to restore? How are you going to do it? Are you going to do like a resto mod? Or are you going to bring it back to? Are you going to bring it back to like original, or what are you going to do with it? I'm trying to get my thing to connect to OBS. It will not. Give me just a second. My animation thing is not working. I don't want somebody to donate bits thinking an animation will work, and it won't. Let me try exit Sammy. It's not connecting to OBS, but all the stuff is typed in, right? I just want to get it running. I kind of, so, like I had a premise for a show. Have you ever seen the show Vice Grip Garage, Justin? It's a YouTube thing. Vice Grip Garage. If you haven't, it is like a guy who
Dr_J_Banana gifted Mspris a subscription.
Oh, thank you.
Dr_J_Banana gifted a tier 1 sub to MS Pris. They have given 11 gift subs in the channel.
It is a guy who did something kind of like what I wanted to do. Thank you very much, Dr. J. It's a guy who did something kind of like what I want to do. He finds these cars that are just like sitting in a field. They'll usually tell him, it ran when it parked or whatever, sat on 4 flats or whatever. And he goes and just fixes them up enough just to drive it back home. And then I think he flips them. There's no way he keeps all these cars because I've probably watched him buy 500 of them. You know what I'm saying? But he gets them running, gets them going, brings them back to life. He has a little comedy routine he does as well. But the cool part is just getting a car good enough to like run and drive, especially if you can just get it, if you can get it back home under its own power. And that's what he does. Give me just a second. Why is this not connecting? Show connect information. Yes. Sorry, I'm troubleshooting at the same time. 192.168.1.3. 192.168.1.3. Got it. 4455, 4455. Sorry. You have to bear with me for a second. This always auto connects, and now for some reason it's not. There's a bug in OBS. Failed to connect. Let me see. Let me see if there's any updates. Maybe that's it. Save and close settings. They just did a big update, but I thought I was good after that. Check for updates. You're all up to date. Sweet. Semi bridge and deck settings. Semi panel settings. Automatically connect. Yes. Huh. That's weird. Wonder if I make a brand new one, if it'll do it. Hold on. WebSocket 5, okay. Something's definitely going on. It's very strange. So it connects to a WebSocket. And I know I don't use the default IP. Enable WebSocket server. Got it. Let me try setting up a password, just a simple password. Failed to connect. All my animations are based on this. That kind of sucks. Already waiting for OBS connection. Failed to connect. Let me turn off authentication. Oh, I never hit apply authentication, did I? All right, so let me hit apply. Nope. Show contact information. Yes. Okay. I'm trying to set it up with a password to see if that helps. It looks like it's connecting for a second and then disconnecting. OBS 1 is already connected. OBS 1 is already connected. Last connection from. Okay, now it just suddenly disconnected, or now it just suddenly connected. Hold on, let me try to run an animation. They're both connected now, so we're about to see what happens. Let me check the Twitch bits. Sorry, I usually don't have issues with this, or I haven't lately. All right, Twitch triggers. Let's try test bits. Show them out. We want to let's do 500 bits. Total bits, 500 bits. Message is hello world. Test bits.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Seems like it's working, right?
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Now I missed a bunch of stuff. So Dr. J gets a tier 1 sub to Miss Priss. Thank you very much. Someone rallied an attack on Alaire. Thank you very much for that. Burgie with a resubscription for 11 months. Ribeye with 200 bits. Mustang Sally resubscribed. That was during the intro. and a bunch of people have been working on the game. So we're doing this game. It is Puzzles and Survival. You need to get your headquarters to level 5. And then the secondary goal is to join an alliance. It'll show you how to do it. Last time they're mostly full. If you want to search for CBC, that's our alliance we have. And since I'm already qualified, it only allows 50 people in there at a time. If we get close to 50 people, I'm going to leave because I've already done it, right? And then other people will be there to help you do the next steps. And you can even sit on messages or whatever through the game. So that's the secondary goal. But the first goal that everybody should be able to get is getting your headquarters to level 5. There's a little upgrade path, and it's like one of those games where when you want to upgrade to 5, you have to upgrade the other thing first and this other thing, but it tells you requirements. Like, what do you need to upgrade? And if you click on them, it'll take you to it. You click upgrade it. If you're in an alliance, people can help you with those upgrades. People can help you with doing those things. But it's mostly the main theme of the game. I guess I can show it to you. I got it pulled up. The main theme of the game is like matching colors. So if you want to play it, you're more than welcome. You have to use my link for me to get credit for it. So this is like your stuff. If you see my headquarters, it's this building right in the middle, and see that little 7 right beside it? You might not even see it. Let me zoom in. See this little 7? My headquarters is at level 7. Yours will start by saying level 1. You need to get it up to at least the level 5. But the main premise of the game has really nothing to do with that. That's how I get paid or get credit for you actually playing it, not just like spam downloading it. The main premise of the game, I'll show you around. I'm probably going to lose. I never defeated 9. Great. Let me see. So you got your heroes you use, and your heroes you upgrade, which I probably need to do. I don't know which account's better, the one on my phone or the one on here. 24, 22, level 1. At least she's level 25 now. Let's see. Can I upgrade her? Nope. Oh, he's ready to evolve, I guess, or upgrade or something. I don't have enough. All right, so the main premise of the game is this. It's just matching colors and shapes. I will not get hooked playing it, I promise. I'm only going to play one round, win, lose, or draw. But last night I got kind of carried away and people got mad at me. But this is how you do it. Also, something I didn't know from last night. See, I'm just sliding colors. You can slide up and down, left and right. You're just sliding colors to match them. This is how you get points to do the stuff, like build your headquarters and stuff. What I didn't notice is up in this top right-hand corner, it shows you what does more damage. So like red red takes more damage from blue. Okay? Green takes more damage from red, and blue takes more damage from green. Like you're talking about these colors we're matching. Like if I put this one here, that's purple. The thing that takes more damage from purple is yellow and vice versa. Yellow takes more from purple. Purple takes more from yellow. So if you're having a real hard time passing a level, you can try to concentrate on maybe matching the colors a little bit better. So you do more damage every time you hit them, or something like that. If you're interested, but it's got sound too. I just don't have it turned on right now. But red, blue, and green are all together, and then yellow and purple are all together, and those are the ones that do the damage or whatever. It's a pretty fun game. You can get into these silly little puzzle games so deep. It's crazy how deep you can get into a little puzzle game. But the name of the puzzle is you have to use my link to download it, so don't just go search for it. That won't actually help the show any. But the name of the game is Puzzles and Survivor. If you put ! PNS, you can look on my Twitter. You can look on my Facebook. You can look on my Twitter, my Facebook, the YouTube videos, the Twitch video I did yesterday that I have to leave up for a certain amount of days. You can look on all that stuff, and it's all got the link if you're interested in it. Also, your heroes get like certain power-ups. That's why they're glowing down here. I guess I didn't explain that. If you didn't see the show yesterday, it's not too complicated of a game. It's matching colors and letters, right? It's not that big a deal. Oh, I'm sorry, colors and shapes. It's not that big a deal. But it's definitely addicting. I was watching Jay and like I think it was y'all are nuts, or maybe it's me and you too. But anyways, people in our alliance just going after it today. They were going hardcore on everything. asking for support and asking for help and and doing all kinds of different challenges and building stuff. Like every time I turned around, it was like somebody was requesting for help in the alliance, which is good. It helps you build stuff faster. That's the way you're supposed to do it. But I couldn't believe how many people were just playing it through. I thought I would be the only one bored and playing it. I'm going to lose, but that's okay. I thought I would be the only person bored and playing it. Boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I wrong. Like, there was a bunch of people playing it all through the day today. Let's see. Let's use this grenade guy. Also, if you don't have a hero of the right color, that's why I'm not doing any damage with my blues. I don't have a good blue hero. Like, all the heroes get powered up by what color they are. So I have yellow, purple, red. Then I have another purple and green. I don't have blue because my blue hero dies all the time. So I'm kind of handicapping myself right now. But it is what it is. It's a fun game either way. Even if I do lose. Somebody Donna, I think, today tried to tell me she was making better moves than me. And then I told her, you must be fucking crazy. You must. Yeah, the blue guy has no, like, all he does is give your players power-ups, but he has no defense. This is how you use your players' special powers. You just touch on their head. Yeah, I was going to say click, but you're using your thumb. It's just because I'm on an emulator that I'm doing this. But so red does more damage to... Red does, see how they're green underneath those enemies? It's green. That means they're a green enemy. So right here, I'm going to shoot this one with red, and you'll see it. It'll pop up and say strong. You do like 50% more damage. Red does 50% more damage to green enemies. If this was blue underneath it, it would be green. If this was red underneath it, it would be blue. So whatever's underneath them, you can look at this little chart, and it'll show you one of them pointed to it. It does more damage. I literally just now figured that out today. Today, years old when I figured that out, I guess. That's a 4 by yellow. That might give me a power up. Yeah. Oh no, it took it away. Yeah, it's actually, I mean, it's an enjoyable game. I've had fun playing it, to be honest with you. More fun. There's all my characters are dead. So I just lost. I can just go back. You don't lose anything. They don't permanently die. You can literally just go back and play that. The only other thing I want to show you is when you're at your home, okay, we've established you need to make this a level 5. The other thing you need to do is join an alliance. So down at the bottom, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 buttons. There's World, Hero, Quest, Bag, Mail, Alliance, and more. If you click on Alliance, it'll bring up all the alliances you could be in. The alliance that we're using is just CBC, but you might not be in the same map as us. So if you can't find our alliance, try to join a different one or let us know. If I can get a device on the same place, if I can get a device on like the same place where you need it, on the same map, I'll make another alignment, another one. I'll have to borrow my dad's phone or Mariah's phone or something. I'll make another alliance because the first time I tried to join an alliance, it kept telling me they were all fucking full. It said they were all full. I asked to join an alliance. Bert75, is that you? Our alliance is CBC. You don't have to put it in like this where it says CBC twice. One's a tag, one's the name. You just put the letter CBC, nothing else, and it'll bring it up. And then when you, so raise this, here's the 2 things you need to do. Raise this building right here to level 5. It'll tell you, like when I go hit upgrade, it might say that you have to do your walls or you have to do a research center. Whatever here's in red, you have to do it first. But if it lets you, just upgrade it. Just click upgrade. And then the second thing you have to do, after you join an alliance, you have to raid on a zombie lair. So here's what you do. You click on the world map, which is the button on the bottom far left, where I told you alliance was almost on the far right. This is on the far left. You click on it. And then you hit this little search, like a magnifying glass, okay? A magnifying glass. And you have to call for a raid on a zombie lair. So on the search, it says you can do zombie lair, food, or wood. Click zombie lair. And then you want the lowest level you can find. So like a level 1. That way you don't lose a bunch of people. If I put this up to like level 13, they'd kick my ass. Okay, you want level 1, and you just hit search. It'll bring you to see that arrow bouncing over this? It'll bring you to one. When you click that, you hit rally attack. And the moment you hit rally the attack, as long as you don't do anything else, it takes 5 minutes. As long as you don't do anything else for 5 minutes, that'll count towards the secondary goal, which I would appreciate people that can do that, because I think it's going to be a lot harder to do than the reach level 5. So there's not going to be nearly as many people do that. So if you can help me, I would greatly appreciate it if you can do that. Rally and attack on a zombie lair. And I think that's it. Is anyone here named 7 Deadly Sins? I didn't delete that because I didn't know if it was or not. If somebody tells us that that's your video game name, it has to be a name we recognize, because all day long, just random people have tried to join our alliance, and there's only 50 spots. So if you're 7 Deadly Sins, let us know that's your username so we can let you in. 7 Deadly Sins was the one. Okay, gotcha. I couldn't figure that out. Going to do, yeah, that's all you got to do. And it might tell you, it might be like upgrading your headquarters. It might say, hey, you got to do this first. You got to do that first. That's fine. I think you have to build something called it wouldn't let me do it until I built a war hall or a war union hall or something like that. But that's fine. Just read what it tells you have to do and go do it. And then as soon as you can do this, rally and attack, you're good. You don't have to worry about it anymore. I'm just going to dismiss this. Abort the rally. I've already done it. And like I said, we're only allowed 50 people in our alliance. But when people need to join, when it gets full, I'll leave. I've already met the few the things I need to do. And I would rather you have people around you that can help you, even if I've got to get a different device and go to a different map. Jay Hunt Ashbury, how did you say you could see what map section you're in? Is it on the map? Under account settings next to your picture and name. Okay. Is there a settings button? More. VIP dollar. Tap the empty spot on the map. Okay. Tap an empty spot because there's different kingdoms, right? Okay, I'm in K676. I'm assuming that's what you're in too. So if you tap an empty spot on the map and it says 676 state, 676 state, then you're in our map and you can join us, correct? Is that what it means? I'm in 6. Ours must have filled up or something. I'll try to make a new one on someone else's phone. I tried to delete it on my phone and download another one, but it knew it knew what I had going. It knew what I was trying to do. It wasn't that easy to fool. So if you can join our alliance, great. If you can't, make an alliance. If it'll let you, you make an alliance and do it. Make us another CBC alliance or CB2 or name it after yourself, but tell people in here so they can get help from it. We're all trying to do this as a group to support the stream, and that would be great if you guys could help me out with that. Anybody else got any questions? I think a new map started in the middle of this. It must have. They told me to make an alliance. I wish I would have known that. I might have to have multiple accounts, because I would have done one on my PC and then waited until people started saying, hey, I can't get in, I'm on a different map, then made another one. That way I'd be on that new map maybe. I guess it fills up with people, and then that's when they decide, like, I don't know. Once it's full, maybe they run a new map, because there's a ton of people on this freaking map. Everywhere I went today, I could just find more and more people. All right, so that's what's going on with the fundraiser. Hold on. Cancel. So headquarters to level 5 is the big one. And then the harder one, if you think you can do it. The reason I'm asking people to do this is because I know some people won't be able to figure out how to join an alliance or figure out how to raid. Even though even if I do tell them or show them, they won't be able to it. So if you think you can figure that out, please do, because there'll probably be 100 and some people do the level 5 part, but there'll probably only be 30 or 40 people do the next part. So if you can, you can. And if you can't, you can't. That's I would appreciate it if you can to do that as well. Oh, I can't research none of that. then you get little alerts where people need help too from your alliance. So it helps everybody build stuff up. Let's close that. Okay. Close this simulator. I do have some funny stuff if you want to start with it. Well, I guess I don't even know if it's funny stuff. It's TikTok stuff. And you guys can check that out. Let me grab it before we get started. That crazy hotel manager sucking on toes is crazy. This all ends. I'm pretty sure we figured out it was on Friday night. The sponsorship ends. I think it's Friday night just before midnight because I started at a weird time while we were live. Let me check because that might be important. Should I make a CBC in my state as I never found you in yours? If you're not on map 676, you can make whatever one you want as long as you tell people what it is in here so you can help them out. 4 days and 2 hours left. It ends on May 15th, which is Monday, right? Is the 15th Monday? It ends on Monday at almost midnight. So this whole weekend, we've got to work on it. And I'm going to stream it again. And not tomorrow, but the next day. I have to wait 48 hours. Oh, there's somebody got something. Rallied an attack on a lair. Good job. Thank you very much. I hope that was somebody just didn't know how to do it, and they just watched me do it, and now we're good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it ends Monday at almost midnight. It's 11:40 at 11:40. So think of it. You have till Monday at midnight to get it done, and that would be spectacular. We have a chance to raise a decent amount of money. We'll never max the thing out, but if for some reason we could, there's a little over $1,000 we could make max. We won't get nowhere near that. I've only ever maxed out a couple. But if we could max it out, that'd be awesome. That's operating cost here for this office for 2 months. It's $500 a month for the office. That's something in my throat. All right. Here we go. TikTok videos. Uh-oh, somebody else did something. Reached headquarters level 5. Good job, guys. Let's see what we got. Oh, have you guys seen this new drug?
Not only is it illegal, but
Listen to this story. So I've heard about wasp spray dope before, but I thought it was like only an overseas thing or like a really, really sketchy prison thing. It is basically hot shot wasp spray. You know, hot shot that has a nozzle on it where you can shoot like 30 feet or whatever. Hot shot wasp spray, and they spray it into things, and then they basically like heat it up slowly until it just becomes crystal. There's no more liquid to it. There's no more liquid in it. Instead, it looks like meth. It looks just like crystal meth. So what they do is they cut it with crystal meth because I'm sure it's incredibly poisonous. If it fucking kills bees the way it does, it's probably not good for you. So they actually cut it with meth, so you still get the meth high, and you don't know if it's the wasp dope or if it's just straight meth. Not that I'm advising you do either, but there are meth heads that are going to be tricked by this, and you just got to listen to this story. Listen to what this guy did when he got high on wasp dope, okay, and meth. This is crazy. Like, meth people are paranoid and do weird things, and they don't do shit like this. Listen to this.
called wasp spray dope. Not only is it illegal, but
That might be a little loud. Hold on.
Found out those who use it for a high are doing some incredibly stupid things. It's all new at 6.
16-year-old Kanan Johnson was hoping for a quiet Christmas break.
I'm crazy.
All right, so at first I thought this is the guy who did the drugs. It's not, okay? He was just hanging out at his house, and someone else showed up here that was high.
He did not get his wish.
We were making cookies, and he just came in the side door.
2 weeks ago, officials say
So he was making him and his family were making cookies over Christmas break. Okay? Making cookies over Christmas break, and someone they do not know, have never seen before, just comes in their house.
Danny Hollis walked into his family's farmhouse in Lawrenceburg.
He came over here and got a drink of water, and then he was like mumbling around and stuff.
Hollis then removed a knife from the butcher block and cut his throat.
And my mom was like, "You're bleeding on."
Are you listening? He came in. He was mumbling. Everybody was taken aback. Who is this stranger in our house? He removed a knife from the butcher block and cut his own neck.
Block and cut his throat.
And my mom was like, "You're bleeding on all of our stuff. Like, can you not?"
From there, an all-out ransack.
So her mom, the mom's like, "Hey, please don't bleed on all our stuff. Please don't do that. What's the matter? What's going on? What's happening?" Then a ransacking of the home began.
Can you not?
From there, an all-out ransack.
What's up, cattywampus?
First, he threw a dresser down the stairs.
From the stairs and threw it and hit the wall.
So drywall missing here, okay? So he took a dresser out of a bedroom and threw it down the stairs. Obviously, it hit right here, but it continued down the stairs. There's a couple of banister pieces missing, and there's one stood up here in the corner.
Then jumped out a second-story window, landing on a gazebo, breaking his neck.
Then he jumped out a second-story window onto a gazebo and fire pit. That's what this box is right here. And fire pit, and broke his own neck. That is so terrifying. Someone you don't know breaks into your house, mumbles something, pulls the knife out of your butcher block, slices their own throat, goes upstairs, starts throwing furniture down the stairs. You can't even follow them up there to see what the fuck they're doing. Throwing furniture down the stairs, leaps out the second-story window, and breaks their own neck. And you think the story would be over here. It's not. It's not at all. Even after he breaks his own neck, he chases them down the driveway. And I can only imagine his head is probably like bent over in some weird fucking way. It looks like somebody from a fucking horror movie with his broken neck.
Danny Hollis, though, wasn't done.
And then one of our friends pulled in the driveway because we're making cookies. And so we're like, "Get out of here, get out of here."
At one point, Danny Hollis left the house through the front door and started chasing after the family down the street. By the time deputies got here, Danny was up
with a broken neck. He's chasing the family. So what actually happened in this interview, I saw the longer version of it that wasn't cut for TikTok. A friend pulls up, and the guy is laying out on the gazebo. And when the friend pulls up, the mom and son notice he jumped out the window and he starts moving. So they run out to the friend and they're like, "Hey, we gotta get the fuck out of here. Somebody broke in. We don't know who he is. He's acting all fucking crazy. He just jumped out the window. He's coming." And he notices the car as well. So he gets up and starts chasing all three of them down the fucking road. Now, when police get there, he's butt-ass naked in the top of a tree throwing his own shit at the cops.
By the time deputies got here, Danny was up in this tree completely naked. And as deputies were trying to tase him, he was throwing fecal matter at them.
And as far as anybody could tell, he has no history of mental illness, no like crazy snaps. It's all from this drug, which just blows my fucking mind, dude.
Back onto the ground. What's going through your mind?
This is crazy. It was like a movie.
It just took us all by surprise. Undercover officer Zach Ferguson wasn't just shocked by what Danny Hollis did. We call it wall spray dope.
There it is.
What Danny Hollis
It looks like meth.
that caused him to go crazy. They can make it look like.
It's weird that those cops are keeping drugs in mason jars, and then they have a special case to keep the mason jars like from rattling against each other and breaking.
Like crystal meth. Wasp spray dope is essentially crystallized wasp spray cut with meth. It's dangerous and easy to make. But it seems to be spreading rapidly. Officer Ferguson is worried people are getting meth laced with wasp spray and not knowing it. I mean, you can imagine.
Like, I heard about this shit years ago, but like I said, it was like sketchy fucking like border prisons and third world countries, and like people talking about being like going to prison in like the fucking Philippines over a mistake, and they're cooking up wasp spray. I didn't know it was like prevalent in the U.S.
Imagine what it would do to the human body.
When you see what it did to this guy, can you believe that anyone would want to take this drug?
No.
Hell no.
Never.
Are you kidding me?
Was hoping for a quiet Christmas break. Instead, he got one he can't forget.
Mason jars. Hold on. On top of that one mason jar, it just says meth.
but it seems to be spreading. Right.
See if I can pause it.
Mr. Ferguson is worried people are getting meth laced with wasp spray and not knowing it.
It's the undercover officer, it said.
The human body.
When you see what it did to this guy, can you believe that anyone would want to take this drug?
No. Never.
Kanan Johnson was hoping for a quiet Christmas break. Instead, he got one.
Right there, it just says meth. It says 25 milligrams, maybe 25 milligrams meth. Jesus Christ! As they try to tase him, he wasping made me climb a tree naked and throw my shit at the cops as they tried to tase me.
He can't forget.
That's crazy, dude. Stop smoking, coach. This guy teaches you how to stop smoking, I guess. Here's another one about wasp dope. It looks like.
I think I have some of this under my kitchen sink.
And Diana Ferguson uses it the right way to kill wasps and other flying insects. But
we're seeing this here on the streets in Boone.
So certain poisons and I guess venoms and chemicals that are like bad for the body, when it reaches the bloodstream into the brain, it floods the brain. That's how you kind of trip, right? A certain chemical reaction is taking place in the brain, and the brain doesn't recognize it. The brain doesn't like it, I guess, kind of is a good way to put it. So it starts flooding all this weird shit to try to get rid of it.
State police now have reason to believe it played a role in 3 overdoses last week.
People are
3 overdoses in a week.
Methamphetamine out of wasp spray.
Drugs are, in my opinion, they're so bad around here. It's so available to people, and in all the time trying.
Ooh, she didn't know her thighs was going to be all over TikTok, did she?
Boone County reported selling nearly 30.
Boone County stores. Holy shit. 30 cans in one day. That's crazy. This isn't even new either. I think when I pulled up the thing, it was like from 2019, but I had no idea about it. I had no idea that this is even a thing. Jesus Christ. This is all West Virginia. They're talking about Boone County, West Virginia. I had to look it up earlier to figure out where the epicenter of this was. And when I found it, it was from a TV station called WCHS TV, which is in Boone County, West Virginia. They take the wasp spray. I missed it. What are they doing? They take the wasp spray and they spray it out into like a Pyrex dish while it's wet. And then they put it on low heat until all the moisture leaves it, and it basically becomes like crystallized, like crystal meth. Then they're supposed to cut it with meth. I don't know what the ratios are or nothing, but it makes you do fucking crazy shit. Like we just read, a guy jumped out a window, broke his neck, then chased a family away after breaking into their home, slitting his own throat, and throwing a dresser down the stairs in a home that he's never been in before.
Sergeant Sutton says the physical effects are erratic behavior.
The music's too loud.
From what we're being told,
one of the side effects is extreme swelling of the hands and feet.
If you use it,
it doesn't sound fun. You're right.
And the third time when your body gets an allergic reaction, it can kill you.
The challenge is how to treat these symptoms and prevent the use of this illegal product or harm.
We don't know what the overall results of their usage of this is going to be.
We have great grandbabies, and to think what they're going to grow up in, what's going to be available to them, and what people are going to try to get them to try. It's really scary.
It's a common household.
That's crazy. Wasp spray is who would have thought? Here's somebody else talking about it.
Who in their right mind would willfully...
We're getting sidetracked, aren't we?
...to kill these guys? It's called wasping, and it's an actual thing.
Wasp spray does kind of surprise me. I never would have thought people would use that to get high. That just baffles me.
Experts say it's a growing trend, people buying cheap, easy-to-access wasp killers and other pesticides, and using them alone or combined with other drugs to intensify the high. Users may also look at the active ingredient and try to find it in other products.
I mean, the products themselves are designed to kill things. And when you're putting an insecticide in with another product that's already dangerous and harmful to begin with, it just intensifies and increases your odds of something very bad going wrong.
Something like heavy brain damage or even death is possible with just...
Yeah, you would think brain damage, especially if they're having these crazy allergic reactions and they're also having issues with like not being able to absorb oxygen. You would think brain damage would be a huge factor.
One use, and it's likely the people using aren't in their right mind to begin with.
People addicted to drugs who cannot get those drugs will go to very serious lengths in order to find.
Dude, I was watching one of those. I think it was an intervention, maybe, but I don't remember. Anyways, they basically had set up the cameras telling it was intervention. They had set up the cameras telling her that they were making a documentary about her and a couple other people that lived in this city. And they were following her around, and obviously they knew she had drug issues. So she was like, she was banging out Roxys, which are like pain pills, but she was like using a needle, right? She was on needle dope. So she would call her a drug dealer, and she was blasting like fucking 4 or 5 Roxy 30s at once. A couple times an hour. It was just crazy how much she was using. It was just an insane amount, or at least what she told the camera. So then she runs out. And her dealer doesn't have any. So this girl sets in the bathroom floor. Goes and sets in the bathroom floor. Okay? And in the bathroom floor, she gets out Windex. Loads it up into a rig, and Windex has ammonia in it. That's one of the agents that makes it like dry without wrinkles or without like water spots and shit. And she bangs out Windex. Like, that's the craziest. Like, I thought that would be instant death. But she says it doesn't make her high. It only makes her feel less like shit from the withdrawals. But Windex, dude, Windex sounds dangerous as hell to even like drink or, have on your skin for too long. Like if you told me that like you could have severe effects if you had Windex on your body, your hand submerged in Windex for like an hour, I'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It's got ammonia and shit in it. But much less like putting it on the inside of your veins.
Kinda high, and I think that's what's happening with this wasp spray.
Early this year, a string of overdoses left several people unconscious in Evansville, and Evansville police say heavy-duty bug spray could have been mixed in with the drugs. Thankfully, both EPD and Henderson police say they haven't dealt with any cases of...
Jesus Christ. I don't know what the music is, but...
...to watch moving forward.
They would
And again, these stories are from... they're kind of making the rounds on TikTok right now, because... I've noticed a lot of people recycle content on TikTok as their own. There's even like famous YouTubers, like the other one I was thinking about the other night, Sam Hyde. You know how Sam Hyde had like $1 million, whatever it's called, and a bunch of really edgy, like racy stuff that he did back in the day. You could take that, put it in a portrait format, and throw it up on fucking TikTok, and it probably make you a fucking million views off of it. It's crazy. There's a lot of recycled content. This story right here, these stories are from 2019. I don't know if anything's changed since then, but most of these stories are from like 2019 era. Wasp spray used as meth alternative, 2019. Don't use wasp spray to make meth, 2019. Wasp spray used as alternative to meth, 2019. Police warn wasp spray being used for meth-like high, 2019. That one's 2019. Yeah, all these are from 2019. I wonder if there's been any, I'm just going to search. That was because I was searching for the story, but I'm just going to search for wasp spray meth. Here's one from 2020. Wasp dope becomes new addictive, blah, blah, blah. This one looks like it might be from Kentucky. WKYT. That sounds like a Kentucky station, doesn't it? Let me make sure. Kentucky local news. Okay, yes. Wasp dope. Okay, there's one for 2021. Emergence of wasp dope in rural Appalachian Kentucky. That's probably the newest we got. Maybe people wised up, or maybe they changed the formula. Maybe. Here's one from all the way back in 2018. It says, what is shock dope? Reports of wasp spray abuse, or, quote, shock dope, a synthetic drug used in the state since 2018, have recently resurfaced in Tennessee. Damn it, did we start this? Did we curse the world with wasp dope? God damn it. People are already making fun of me, calling me the next Florida man.
You're on the dust. They ask that question every day. In Stoke-on-Trent, they're dealing...
We call it monkey dust in the UK.
...that you may not have heard of. Monkey dust.
Man, so homeless people already with like mental health issues can be terrifying. That's why I don't believe the left right now when we're talking about the Jordan Neely and the former Marine Penny escalation. Like the bleeding heart progressives are like trying to say, oh, that's just, they don't even want to say homeless. That's your unhoused neighbor. And I've never been scared. I just want them to get the help they need. No, they're terrifying, especially if they've got a mental health and drug problems.
Makes it sound like a joke, but up close, it's pretty ugly. The man on top of the building was on it.
Yeah, that was just bath salts.
He jumped.
Oh my God.
And was then straight up grappling with the police.
He jumped off that roof. Did you guys see him? Hold on. There he is. And he's high on something and jumped off.
Users, people with chaotic lifestyles, dependency issues, and of no fixed abode. And they're picking up this drug for £2 or £3 a go. It's cheaper than a pint.
Cheaper than a pint of beer, which is crazy. Cheaper than a pint of beer.
Hello, yeah. Stay still, because you've really hurt your arm, matey.
In this ambulance, another that feels no pain.
This one dove off the ambulance.
The bone.
They don't feel any pain.
Are sticking out. And just look at how many people are needed to get him into A&E at the Royal Stoke Hospital.
First time I ever got spat at was a patient who had taken monkey.
Mona and I have been arguing all day on TikTok. Has anybody ever been taught, like, when you boil eggs, you put a little bit of salt in there and that makes the shell come loose? My dad taught me that, and he said he learned it when he had to fill credits when he was in high school. He took home ec. And when I do it, like, literally, you can, once you crack the top, you can like squeeze it and shoot the egg out. Like, it doesn't stick at all. But I don't think it worked for Mona.
Monkey dust, completely uncontrolled. I was trying my hardest to get a line into them to be able to give them the sedatives they needed.
Not every patient turns violent, but those that do can be a nightmare.
Whereas previously we've seen drugs of recreation, we're increasingly seeing this as a...
Mona's either got fucked up eggs or fucked up salt. That's what I've been trying to tell her all day on TikTok.
Abuse. It's a fairly new agent, and we've seen massively increased use, although we don't...
All you do is, if you're going to try it, is pour your water out, then just take the big salt thing, and I just go like around it real quick, like dumping salt in there. It doesn't change the taste of the eggs at all, but it's more than just like a pinch. It takes a little bit. And then somehow it makes the shell permeable, and water or something gets on the inside of the shell, because when you break the top of it off, you can literally squeeze the big end and it'll shoot out. It comes off so easy.
Collect the data anecdotally, we know we're dealing with a huge increase in numbers.
It's reached the point where paramedics are now considering whether they need body armour.
I had an instance where I went to two...
Yeah, Mona cracked hers first, but then it looks like the eggs are breathing while you're trying to boil them.
and they were running in and out of the traffic. So not only are they a danger to themselves, they are a danger to the public. It is like an epidemic, and something does need to be done.
Who is this? Is your son? Hey, you're on the dust.
God, these videos, this guy's got a wild channel. Okay, we just saw that one.
What they've done is they've taken that old synthetic marijuana, the potpourri is what they want to call it, and they're spraying it.
Yeah, so Mona's video, I really did like this video. I'd never seen anybody do this before. She took, and I guess she used a spoon or something, but she just put the smallest crack in the eggs. And then while she was boiling them, you could actually see the eggs bubbling. So obviously if air's coming out, water has to be going in. You can't just have air coming out unless you're pulling a vacuum in that motherfucker. So I'm guessing that he got in there, and hers came apart really easy. It was just the tiniest crack, though.
Now with Raid, bug spray, roach spray.
Roach spray?
And getting it wet and then letting it dry, and then they're smoking it. When you do something like that.
Jesus Christ.
To it with the
and like if you just huffed it, that would be bad enough, but it's talking about spraying it on so thick that it dries and becomes like a glass like thing. That's so concentrated. That has to be so fucking concentrated. There's probably 1,000 fucking layers there, and each one of those is one puff. That's crazy.
Bug spray, it's an organophosphate, so it's really getting into their blood very quickly. When they smoke it, they almost become
yeah, if it's an actual egg book, I don't care if you link that. We usually don't allow links unless somebody asks first or sends them to the mods. But yeah, if it'll let you, you can link an egg book.
Like the high lasts for about 20 minutes, and it's very inexpensive. You can buy a bag of it for about $20 around here. What this Katie is what they
$20 for a whole bag of. That's got to be so concentrated.
Consequences of a new.
This guy's cashing in on these waspin videos. I didn't know he had so many.
That's when wasp killers mixed with other drugs like marijuana and meth.
Valley News Team's Veronica Marshall looks into why the dangerous trend is spreading and what it can do to your body.
They're almost like chemists themselves. They're trying to mix and match to try to find the next high.
There's a new way to get high, but it will cost you.
They don't know the long-term effects, but if you actually look at the science of it, it's something made to kill something. So long use of it, there's got to be some long-term effects.
But those consequences don't matter to everyone.
We don't think about tomorrow when we are using drugs and alcohol because we don't want to think. We want to numb out the pain.
The drug trend called wasping is making its way through the country. That's when users mix wasp killer with other drugs to get a stronger high.
Why would you want to ingest something that's going to kill you? You know, it's made to kill. Why would you purposely ingest something like that?
But drug counselors say users have their reasons.
It has to do with trying to combat tolerance. When the drink starts to wear off, I mean, what do we normally turn to? Either drinking more or using more, or mixing more than one to get a different or more desirable effect.
And that's not the only reason why combining wasp killer with other drugs is spreading. For one, it's cheap. You can get a more intense high for less than $6. Wasp killer can also be found almost anywhere. Anyone can buy it, and it won't get you in trouble with the law.
Typically, most things you're looking at that they're lacing it with are everyday stuff off the shelf. So that's not illegal to possess.
Now, first responders are hoping this fad fades before it's too late.
There is no antidote. There is no treatment really for the insecticides.
In Fargo, Veronica Marshall, Valley News Live.
I didn't even know this is a thing. Or maybe maybe so many things have happened, I just fucking forgot it. Who knows?
Fine. Brilliant.
This is all about nicotine.
New drug in psychiatry. So there's been
SSRIs. This could be interesting.
Essentially since SSRIs back in the.
I know that they're psilocybin. I always say it wrong. I usually say psilocybin, but psilocybin is like the active ingredient of mushrooms. Apparently, they're having really good success with use of that with people with like PTSD, and it's almost like the way the doctor described it I was listening to, which again he was probably biased. He's pro psilocybin use. Was saying like it's basically like a reset switch on the brain. So this right here might be interesting, and we'll move on.
1980s.
These drugs have varying results, often with side effects, and can be seriously habit-forming.
Once you get on one SSRI, they've got you for life pretty much.
But this,
if I can't remember the map number. If you can't find CBC when you search alliances, then we're not on the same map.
Model could soon be disrupted by the acceptance.
Oh, someone said it's 676 is the original map.
By the medical, psychiatric, and pharmacological communities.
This is now coming at the forefront after spending 60 years in hiding.
And these tools actually have remarkable healing potential and have had for thousands of years.
LSD, psilocybin, DMT, MDMA, and other
He calls it psilocybin. I always heard it called psilocybin.
Altering compounds, once labeled dangerous and illegal drugs, are coming into the political spotlight. A recent ballot measure in Oregon authorized the legal use of psilocybin by licensed providers. Clinical trials are pressing forward in what could forever change the way we understand and treat both the mind and the body. Investors are...
Oh shit, I did that. That was my bad.
To that same era is derived from true believers, intent...
Efficacy rates here cannot be. They're profound.
Political spotlight. A recent ballot measure in Oregon authorized the legal use of psilocybin by licensed providers. Clinical trials are pressing forward in what could forever change the way we understand and treat both the mind and the body.
SSRIs don't affect so you're a little bit older, you're not a teenager or a preteen, and it seems to affect males that age more than it does females, as far as like making them snap and go crazy and shit like that.
Investors are flocking to stake their claim in this new frontier of magic molecules.
What is really driving us here is
it's a mood stabilizer, a drug.
Will follow efficacy.
But
it's called selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It's a mood stabilizer to treat depression, and it increases the levels of serotonin that are received by the brain.
These investors aren't just hedging their bets.
But there's been a lot of people claim that, that might be why we have like a problem in the younger generations, or even with like mass shootings and stuff. I don't know if any of that's linked, but I'm just telling you, that's what they say.
To stake their claim in this new frontier of magic molecules.
What is really driving us here is the fact that the efficacy rates here cannot be ignored. They're profound, and money will follow efficacy.
But these investors aren't just hedging their bets. They're true believers, intent on flooding psychedelic startups with the capital they need to invoke a revolution of the mind.
So I've always been kind of like interested in like psychedelics, and there's even like a theory that Christianity back in the day was based on psychedelics. There's I guess it would be mostly there's some evidence, right? Or at least some conclusions that have been made. Some circumstantial evidence, I guess. Oh, somebody got it. What's that? Player reached headquarters level 5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. There's some circumstantial evidence that people can make a pretty good case. There's a guy who wrote like Jesus and the mushroom, or I can't remember the name of the book, but it was pretty good. But either way, there's a guy on TikTok that believes that he's proven that there is another dimension. So if you don't know how this works, if you, in layman's terms, let's say that we took like the smallest insect you could imagine, okay? The smallest insect that you could imagine, and put it on a piece of paper. That insect technically lives in 3 dimensions. Let's say it doesn't fly. It technically lives in 3 dimensions, but it sees most of the world in 2 dimensions, right? It has like the plane it lives on. It's that piece of paper is kind of its world. Now it does technically have up, but let's pretend for this case that it's something that doesn't have up. That would be a two-dimensional being. And a two-dimensional being is incapable of seeing the third dimension. So, like, if we had some type of thing that lived in two dimensions, whether it's that bug, an imaginary bug that lives in a piece of paper, basically, in the thickness of a piece of paper, or a plane like that, it would be unable to comprehend that there is a third dimension. So technically, we live in a three-dimensional world, right? We've got length and width and height, right? 3 dimensions. You can tell that stuff's above you. You can tell stuff's below you. You can tell left and right and in front and behind you. 3-dimensional world. If there was a 4th dimension, it would be impossible for us to observe it. So if there was some type of like right angle dimension that exists that only aliens could see or whatever, it'd be impossible for us to observe it the same way a 2-dimensional thing can't see the 3rd dimension and a 1-dimensional thing can't see the 2nd dimension. So there's a guy on TikTok that thinks that oh, there's Hatchie right there. Look at this. There's a guy on TikTok that claims that he has proven there's another dimension. And basically what he did, it's a really interesting test. I don't think he's recording all this, okay, and he's trying to prove it. That we often talk about time as a 4th dimension, but we're talking about actual, like, not past all dimensions existing at one time. I see what you're saying. Lots of people say time is the 4th dimension, but as far as when we're talking about not being able to see the other dimensions, they don't count time. So what he did was he's been tripping mushrooms. And have you ever seen one of those things they ghost hunt with? Like the lasers. They're called dot matrix lasers, I think. Let me see. They put all the dots on a wall. Laser grid, is that what they're called? Dot matrix is a type of printer. What the fuck is wrong with me? It puts like, let me see if I can find it. They take them ghost hunting, and it puts like 30 dots on a fucking wall, right? Here's an image, I think. Here we go. So like this, okay? Now, it puts all these dots on the wall, and more precise ones, all the dots will be the same size, unless you're going around a corner or something. But if you're on a flat wall, all the dots will be the same size. They'll all be evenly spaced. They'll all be perfect. Short of like something changing in the room, like you're not square to the wall or it goes around a corner or something, right? So he's been tripping on mushrooms and laser grid, thank you. He's been tripping on mushrooms, and he concentrates on this doorway where he's got this laser grid set up. And apparently he's recording this and studying it, and he's got some actual real scientists involved. And apparently the stuff that he's seeing while he trips, now this could all be a hoax, but the stuff that he's seeing while he trips in this doorway is at times manipulating the lasers and the light from his room. So I have no idea if any of this is true. I just watched it, and it was super interesting to me because, like I said, I've always been interested in mushrooms, this, that, and the other. But a lot of people say they see God. A lot of people that do mushrooms say they see God. Other people say that they have some type of self-realization, that they figured out what's wrong with them, or how to be better, or how to fix their lives, or like a lot of people have these weird realizations, almost like self-fulfilling. It like strips a layer away between you and your purpose, or you and your creator, or you and whatever. A lot of people believe that, almost religious experience. That gives more credence to the, hey, mushrooms could have been part of a modern day religion. It's just, I don't know, it's crazy to think about. There's a really good, I think it's on YouTube. There's a really good, a lot of people narrate the like tripping experience or whatever. Invaded Rhino over here. And they even draw cartoons for it and shit. Tripping on LSD. A psych substance, smoked DMT while on acid, found his true self. I got to grab my glasses anyways. I'll let you watch one of these. Joe Rogan will get me copywritten. My first acid trip was with strangers in Cambodia. That can't be good. Who microdose mushrooms. Meet the Colorado moms who Yeah, y'all are going to watch that for just a second. I'll be right back. I got to grab my glasses before I can start getting a headache. I promise we will go somewhere with tonight's show in a minute.
Microdosing, just a word to say I'm doing drugs. I love that question. First of all, I don't consider psychedelics to be drugs. Drugs are, and a lot of people say all things are drugs. Sugar's a drug, coffee's a drug, alcohol's a drug. So drug in the negative connotation, I think is a changing definition. So no, microdosing is an intentional practice, I think, that should be used for healing, and that is the intent.
What I like to say is it kind of makes you 10% of something, 10% happier, 10% more patient, 10% more creative, 10% more open.
The thing about microdosing that's so interesting and hard, I think, for Western culture to wrap our brains around is that it's not medicine you get from Walgreens in a little bottle. There's no real right or wrong way to do it, except that, in my opinion,
Yeah, some people believe microdosing is the way to go.
and thinking it's going to change your life is absolutely the wrong way. It does require work.
For me, the way that microdosing is different is that it still allows me to be fully present in the things that I'm experiencing. So I still have really high highs and I still have really low lows. The difference, though, is that I feel that I am able to handle them and navigate them a little bit differently and more effectively.
So these moms just microdose all the time, huh?
1/10 of a large dose. And a large
that must have been you then, Trey. Somebody told me that they microdose basically all the time. Somebody in my chat, I didn't know it was you. I thought it was somebody who may have left the community or whatever, because we haven't talked about it in a while.
traditionally use, especially in original cultures and ancient, for a journey, which is where you do kind of go into the multiverse and talk to God and see things, and that's very powerful too. And
also, you've heard about like Native Americans doing like spirit journeys and seeing their ancestors, and most of that's related around like some type of psilocybin type experience.
Takes that and distills it down to a tiny.
It helps my depression. Cool.
So that
whatever helps it, man. Depression sucks.
You can be with your children, you can go to work, all the things. What you're noticing is that your negative patterns are starting to change. With microdosing, number one thing that people need to know is that it doesn't really make you feel anything. Again, you're not hallucinating. It's not the 60s trip that everyone is afraid of. You're not going to jump off a building, and you're not frying your brain like an egg.
And even as a musician, it helps with creativity and leveling you up. It helps,
It's also weird that they've made all these weird rumors around it and stigmatized it so much that people are terrified of it. Like, oh, you're going to jump off a building, you're going to fry your brain, you're going to do whatever.
Really take sometimes like a spin of, maybe a trajectory of how I'm feeling. Maybe it's negative.
Microdot.
Antisocial.
I like shrooms better than acid. Acid, I've had, bad trips as well, but shrooms I never have. I've always been pretty mellow, pretty good to go.
I'll microdose and I'm like, and then I'll go on a hike and I'll feel way more connected with nature.
And it also allowed me to be more present with my children because I'm able to be more patient. It allows me to be more creative and an open communicator in my job.
Mariah had one alcoholic beverage and took one hit off a joint, and she wanted me to call the kids in so she could tell them goodbye because she thought she was dying.
And it frankly has been something that's allowed me to show up in my relationships in a more authentic way because I'm not so anxious all the time. And so microdosing has really fundamentally changed how I move in the world and navigate relationships.
It's a tiny dose. Yeah, some would call it a micro dose.
For my children all the way to my professional colleagues.
I felt a calm and a space between my words that I hadn't felt before. And slowly over time, because psilocybin helps rework your neural pathways, I started to just change a lot of bad habits, a lot of repeating habits, and just kind of came into myself.
Interestingly enough, most people that I talk to about microdosing, they ask a whole lot of questions, they have a lot of curiosities, and 9 times out of 10, they're calling me up saying, how do I get it?
Microdosing is what brings you, in the same way that you take an antidepressant, that's what microdosing is. It's not doing drugs.
I do hear good things about breaking habits and stuff. Like people quit smoking with it. People quit very addictive habits with it, and then come back down and never pick it up again.
Because you're not feeling, your perception isn't changing. You're not feeling a difference in how you show up in the world, like, again, like tripping. So no, I don't think it's doing drugs at all. I think it's healing.
That's crazy. Microdosing. There's a big movement around it. The science of I tested it for 28 days. I don't want to just watch mushroom videos. I want to talk about politics in a second, but
Well, for context, mushrooms have not only been used for food.
I thought mushrooms are so good.
But have been used for their psychoactive...
Have you heard the story of manna from heaven? Like in the Bible, right? The children of Israel were provided manna. And they ended up seeing the burning bush, and they saw signs from God and wonders of God or whatever. That's part of that theory that Christianity was based on mushrooms. So so basically, there would be like a mist that formed on the ground, and then this bread, manna, would pop up from the ground. It was just provided for them. Well, that's exactly how mushrooms work. Like the moisture brings them out, right? The cool night air and moisture brings them out, and they're almost a bread-like texture.
Properties for thousands of years. This mushroom is the fly agaric. It's considered the oldest intoxicant in the world and famously used...
That is the Mario mushroom that everybody knows.
...by shamanic tribes of the far north. And while it's hard to tell given the variability of caps, not even that much, prepared properly...
Actually, the reindeers eat those and trip. Reindeers eat those and trip. And that's basically, I guess that's how they got the story of like flying and crazy reindeers for Christmas stuff.
Could send you on a journey. In other words, read that is not a beginner mushroom. This mushroom is a psilocybin-containing mushroom. This is a psilocybe mushroom, otherwise known as a magic mushroom. It was known to be used in indigenous ceremonies in Mexico and likely all over the world. About this much of this mushroom is considered a heroic dose. That's 5 grams. That will essentially take you to a different reality for a few hours. Researchers at Johns Hopkins used an equivalent dose of the synthesized active ingredient in these mushrooms, psilocybin, and found that there was a decrease in depression and anxiety after a single session of psilocybin.
A single session made a decrease in depression and anxiety. That's crazy.
Control study showed large, rapid, and enduring decreases in depression and anxiety after a single session with psilocybin.
That is true, Dr. J, but you got to get it straight from the tap.
Studies like those and others across the world are highlighting a new use for psilocybin. But what if instead of taking a high dose of these mushrooms, which could require some assistance, instead you took a very small dose? That is microdosing. I should note this video is about microdosing psilocybin-containing mushrooms. I will be talking about microdosing Amanita in a future video, which will be found right here when it's ready. I'll also note that like everything I talk about here on Stone Age Man, I did my own test. Day 1. Day 5. 25. And I had friends do the same. I want to make sure that the effects we see seem to line up with the results that is shown in the research. But first, let me summarize what we know so far. Microdosing was first coined by this guy, Dr. James Fadiman, now known as the...
Yeah, you have to know what you're doing, obviously.
5 to 10% of a regular dose taken intermittently for the intent of improving your life. Often, people will take it 2 to 4 times a week for a few weeks to several months. Because of regulations and legality, you can't necessarily bring people into the lab and give them a microdose. It's also a long, not very strong effect. So the data he acquired was from a survey study, essentially asking people to self-report what they were using it for, what they found benefits as, and then he found trends in what was being reported. And here is what he found.
The quick list: anxiety, general, social, academic, party anxiety, Asperger's syndrome, depression, ice pick headaches, personal insights that are therapeutic, work-related insights, learning. A lot of people have used it for learning, and we have...
That's the word I was looking for earlier, personal insights.
That was actually from a Harvard group. More focused attention in class, and many cases improved grades. Menstrual periods, elimination of PMS symptoms, both physical and emotional. They don't eliminate all migraines, but it goes down 80 to 90% for the people it helped. For trauma, people report decreased triggering, less procrastination, better sex, or more libido. We're not sure whether it's more libido, whether it's more energy, or more closeness, better communication, etc. But people basically improve sexual relationships.
Better sex.
In general, improved work, amount of work,
I didn't know it could get better than being with me.
Medications that were deemed not helpful.
And of course, the big question is, how can it have all of these positive effects? Well, they came up...
A microdose, so 5 grams is usually like trip to fucking different environment. That's dried, right? So 1/10 of that. Let's see what that works out to. Half a gram. Yeah, because that would be a half a gram. I'm an idiot. About half a gram.
With a few ideas. First, it could be a placebo, which doesn't mean it's not nothing. It's really a way of stating that the body has a natural ability to heal if incentivized properly. Another option...
I'm saying, Mariah, you're running close second. I mean, sex with me must be fucking amazing, obviously, but right behind me is you.
It could be systemic, much like, say, a vitamin. Now, you don't just take a vitamin and on the first day you notice a difference.
Especially when you pull out the rubber band and put your hair up. I know what, Daddy knows what's coming. Daddy knows.
Vitamin C or iron, for instance. But if taken over time, it helps the whole body function better. They also hypothesize that maybe it's having something to do with the mitochondria, which are the fuel source of your entire system, and they degrade over time. Maybe that has something to do with it. And a final explanation may have to do somehow with neuroplasticity. In other words...
I'm not sure, Lullabelle.
change to new situations. That seems to be an interesting explanation given that we know higher doses definitely increase neuroplasticity. Regardless of how it works though, people are using it to treat all of those ailments. And then in addition, there are unintended improvements that they found. What I mean by that is that afterwards people reported eating healthy.
It was sexual pleasure and Mariah fighting for air.
Working out more, and then also decreased drug uses of all sorts of different things. Not only just the hard things that you would think of as bad, like opiates and maybe tobacco, but also alcohol, caffeine. That to me is really, really interesting. Where we're at the moment is we've got this preliminary data that the science is telling us seems to be effective for, and then we're trying to allow people to use it properly in their lives. And that's where microdosing coaches come in, or health.
Sometimes I worry she's cutting off her airflow so much that she's going to have brain damage. You got to be careful.
Wellness coaches. They're essentially working with each individual person and trying to make sure their dose is not too low or too high, much like how a guide would help you on a large dose. And I got one on the phone recently and asked him what his thoughts were on the whole process.
When you're experiencing the benefits with really like minimal to no effects, that's kind of what the sweet spot where microdosing is. Think about like the most amazing day you've had. So just a normal average day where you just felt so damn good. And that's what microdosing helps you do more often. It helps you to feel like yourself, your best version of yourself, because you're able to be more present with your day. The more present you are, the happier you are, because you can't experience happiness in the past or the future. It's only something that you could experience here and now.
I should note we are trying to do more research on is this effective or is it not. One of the more recent studies seemed to indicate that there was no effect of microdosing. And the one problem with that study is that they used mostly healthy individuals to determine.
I want to see what you did, bro.
I'm going to explain the problem with that in this online clip.
If we really look at it, the problem is that on the scale, if you go from 8 to 6, that's a huge jump, but you can't go from, if you go from 3 to 1, that's half as much. We need to have a sample which has sufficient affective or depressive symptoms before we can actually measure their effects.
In other words, if you don't already have a problem, you're not going to see a lot of improvement. And that could be a big problem that we see in the literature and something that we have to address moving forward. I also took a trip to see Irene Dubin, who is a psychedelic psychotherapist who uses mushrooms in her work to help people heal, to ask her what her clients report on microdosing.
My clients reported to me as well that...
Yeah, I've heard about ketamine for PTSD. There's a lot of talk about that with people around the VA and PTSD and stuff.
Psilocybin help them feeling better, just mood-wise, or with a chronic pain. Again, it might be anti-inflammatory factors in psilocybin. The proper microdose doesn't going to give you any sense in the body. It has to be sub-perceptional. But over time, 1 or 2 weeks later, you may start feeling better.
Of course, Trad, who also runs the retreat, seems to indicate that maybe a macrodose really is the way to go.
I recommend the macrodose. The microdose might numb it down for that day. And the beauty of psilocybin and a macrodose is to really get down and dig out that root, like what's rooting around in there. Let's dig it up, get a look at
it. So it can be similar to somebody asked about ketamine. It can be similar. When you're on like a trip or whatever, ketamine, it's substantially shorter. They average about like 30, 40 minutes probably, and it's usually injected like intramuscular or IV injection or infusion. I think you could take it intranasally. You can take it orally, obviously. Mushrooms are just taken orally. But so it takes like 30, 40 minutes of ketamine trip. But the mushroom, if you're going to trip it, is like 3 to 5 hours on a mushroom trip. The ketamine acts a lot quicker, so it's usually within 10 minutes of taking it. Even if you take it by mouth, mushrooms take a while. A lot of people mess up and they'll double dose because they think they didn't get enough. Yeah, there's some similar things. They both seem to have positive mental health effects. For like depression, suicidality, yeah, they both seem to be good antidepressants, anti-anxiety, I guess. I don't know what the word for that is. Yeah, and any type of trauma-related onset issues. They can both be used for chronic pain, substance abuse. They can be used for a lot of things. So they're sort of similar.
and let's see how we can fix it.
I tend to agree with Trad, but I know that for a lot of people, setting aside the time to do a full journey is difficult. It's scary. But if you just had a small amount in powdered form and you could take in the...
If you've never done it before and this is something you consider, first of all, I can't condone it on any of the platforms I'm on. This is illegal and dangerous, so I don't condone it. But if you are, you need somebody that knows what they're doing, like a guide. Okay? Don't just, you know, some of your friends that's never done it either, just fucking go and be like, fuck it, we're taking a trip.
And see how your body reacted to it. That would be easier for some people. So what did I find?
Seems like a silly thing, but it's a huge thing. Found ways to organize that I haven't been able to for like over a year.
I found it on days that I microdosed, I did feel better. I thought everything looked prettier, especially outside. It allowed me to do medial tasks a lot easier. So say I was out weeding in the yard. Things that would drive me crazy before because it just was time consuming. Basically anything that I do.
Just let them go.
Was quite enjoyable. And so there is a time and place for that. And I have a lot of those things I have to put into my life. I generally have it's not even an anxiety. It's just like an impatience. I'm trying to get all of these things done. I will say the one downside that I found was that on days that I microdose, especially if I took just a little bit too much, then I started to feel something. So it wasn't like maybe nothing. Maybe that's where I need a microdose coach. But I did find that I do a lot of complex problem solving, and I could tell that there was a slight decrease in my cognitive ability. Not much. Much like if you had half a glass of alcohol, you wouldn't say that it decreased your ability to have social interactions. In fact, it would actually increase your ability to have social interactions. But you definitely would be a little bit wary of, are you going to get behind a wheel? Are you going to do anything that could require all of your brain power? Because even if you don't notice, you know that it's slightly decreased. Now, I noticed it. In the end, it did help me decrease negative chatter in my head. So that's, I think, why it helps different people differently. I don't think I need it on a long-term basis or even short-term.
Oh, I lied to you guys, by the way. That fundraiser, it does pay out for 5-star heroes. So it says for every 5-star hero received. So yeah, do that too. I didn't even know that was a thing. I know it was tracking it here. There's only been 3 people do it, but it does pay out for 5-star heroes. Hell yeah. Do that.
Anymore. I got what I needed out of it, and I can go from there. So you'll have to decide for yourself what your opinions are. If you have experience microdosing, leave your comments down below. If you're trying to figure out how am I going to get into this, stay tuned till the very end because I have the best resources. You're not going to find them.
Up to 50 of them.
Because bots, you never can trust them. But before I give you those resources, let me introduce today's sponsor, Wondrium.
Dr. J says, under Event Center, third icon down on the right side of the screen, Path to Survival, do tasks to get to 800 points for a 5-star hero. There you go. It pays out for that too. This is the first time I just read that. It popped up an alert here and said, for the 3 people who've completed the 5-star hero challenge, that it's got a check mark beside 3 of them.
Your educational video subscription service that has a ton of education. Mushroom. And it can be hard to finish of a living.
Results. Here we go.
Well, Moses passed through this area, right? Which is what I'm trying to do for all of you. My first touch of a living psilocybe mushroom. And it can be hard to figure out.
Psilocybe? I don't think that's it.
Well-made docs, travel logs, and educational videos. It's also a constantly evolving library of content, so there's always something new and well-made to watch and explore. For instance, I found this program, which is How to Raise Lifelong Learners. I definitely got a lot of information about how to raise my little kids, which I'm always trying to get them to be lifelong learners.
Yeah, apparently our map filled up, and they put the new people on a new map. I'm going to try to get a new device there within the next couple of days. If I have to steal Mariah's phone or something and then rank up and then start one. But you can just join any alliance. A lot of them are going to be full, but you only need it for one task. You only need it to raid a zombie lair, and then you can leave. Or you can wait and see if I can get on the same map. I might not be. That map might be full by now. I don't know.
So it's the perfect series.
Subscribe to the channel for this.
You can stream Wondrium from...
There's other people. If someone else from CBC wants to start an alliance, there's other people on other maps too. It just filled up, I guess.
Your goals for the new year is to learn a lot of things in 2023. I can't make any recommendations whether to try or not try. And to get started...
Here we go. Results.
So you can start your free trial right now. All right, so I can't make any recommendations whether to try or not try microdosing, as it's not legal technically in a lot of places still. I think that will change, but...
As wound up as I stay, I bet you this would be very, very beneficial for me and Mariah.
For now, that's where we're stuck. I'm just trying to report on the science.
Like, not Mariah doing it, but the way Mariah has to fucking take care of me. She's a saint. she has to be mom to me too. It's horrible.
As we know it, and I know that Dr. Fadiman's group has some of the best resources. In fact, if you go to microdosing.com, they are developing an app where you can input the days that you microdose, your mood.
Imagine having a 34-year-old 240 pound, whatever I weigh, very violent and angry toddler running around.
We'll go into a data set that will help people in the future so we can use the scientific method to figure out what are the best ways to microdose. I'm going to wrap by saying I've left links to the full interview.
Probably closer to 250, 260, somewhere in there.
I think if you're already interested in this, you're going to probably want to be watching those. Those are on my Patreon post that I posted today, so you can backtrack if you're looking in the future to today's post. Links down in the description for that. In addition, I fully recommend this book by Dr. Fadiman, which is probably the Bible for this sort of thing. And I got an online book on microdosing. It's an easy guide on how to get started. I will be talking about the new studies on Amanita microdosing, which is a fascinating field, in an upcoming video, so stay tuned for that. Subscribe if you haven't already so you don't miss that when it comes out. Okay, we'll see you then.
I don't know. That shit's... mushrooms are fucking interesting. Mushrooms are interesting. So I made a video on TikTok. Oh, we got to finish this, then we'll go. Here we go. Yeah, you donate bits or then use coldbeer.fund. You can use Dono Clip. You can use whatever. All of them are on. The animation should work for 500, 600, 700, 1,000 bits. it seems to be working just fine. I finally got it to connect, and it says it's still connected. So yeah, whatever you want to do.
Testing a theory. We're going to see. Take the eggs. We're going to listen.
Here we go. Oh, is this just breaking them? So, Mona, you know there's some people that do this that don't crack them. They say the spoon sounds different after so many hits, and it releases from the inside of the egg.
Ooh, did you hear that? It's supposed to make them peel perfect.
All those, so Dono Clip, Buy Me a Coffee, they're set up through my PayPal. So I get basically the same amount. All I do is pay PayPal fees because I have a business PayPal account. It's no big deal. Most of the fees are pretty fucking reasonable everywhere. But if you don't want to set off an alert, you can do that. There's just a direct PayPal link here. I think Buy Me a Coffee takes a little bit more than anywhere else. And then the Twitch bits, I don't get them until like 15 days after the end of the month when you guys send them. And you don't pay extra to. I don't lose any money on Twitch bits. You do, because when you buy them, you pay more for them. Like if you give me 300 bits, I get $3. But if you go buy 300 bits, it'll cost you like $4 something. So I don't really lose the money, you do, but it is what it is. But you can use this yellow button right here just to donate straight through PayPal. A lot of people do that. I don't even notice till after the show. I still see it, but no one else does.
After the boil. Let's try it again.
Oh, okay. I hear you, Mona. A different sound or something? There it was.
But it didn't crack.
Mona's got shitty eggs. Bad eggs. Bad Mona.
Did you hear it? And you're doing on the fat end.
The only time Mariah makes really good deviled eggs. My family likes them. I don't eat deviled eggs, but my family really likes them. Some recipe she found online, but the only time I boil eggs is for a salad, and I probably overcook them because I like them to like stay together in chunks in the salad rather than turning into mush. The yolk, I mean. So I probably overcook them for a salad.
Hard to tell on the fresh eggs. Don't crack. But you do it on the fat end. Here's the skinny end.
I had to show Mariah the fat end one time.
Did you hear it? And you just barely let your spoon hit it. So there's the skinny end. There's the fat end.
I saw you outside your barn dominium, Mona, with your bird nest. I've been stalking you all day. All right, so she cracks them all, and then we got to go see the results. Here we go. Oh, that's not it. Let's go to her page. There's the birds. I'm very invested in this now. So that was cracking those eggs. Here's where she's cooking them, and they start breathing.
You know, I have noticed there's a little bit of air coming out of these.
Yeah, they're breathing. Or drowning, whichever way you want to look at it. Yep. Taking their last breaths.
It was holding on to the shell, so we'll see. I don't know. They may fall completely apart. Who the fuck knows?
Who the fuck knows? That's right.
All right, we'll see.
I like your attitude.
Okay, so these have boiled about 30 minutes. Let's see, they're still really hot. I'm gonna put some.
Let's see how the shell comes off. Got to cool them down. Uh-oh. Oh, good Lord.
They still came out really. And even though I cracked each one, they still came out really nice. Look at that. That's perfect. And in case you're wondering, I'm doing up my husband some pickled eggs. That's one of his favorite go-to.
Pickling eggs.
But, oh my goodness, they
It does seem like they're coming off pretty easy, but I always use salt, but she says salt doesn't work. Wait till she starts speaking this blasphemy in just a second.
The shells just come right off. No salt added to the water, which I've done before and it failed.
It failed. I've done before and it failed. I've done it 1,000 times. It never fails. Never fails.
Just by tapping the egg with the spoon.
I make these by the gallon for pickled eggs.
So that was...
I don't even know. What's vinegar and shit? What's in pickled eggs? Like, is it like pickle juice?
Oh, that's cool as shit.
I didn't know, like the creators on TikTok never said, I've seen them tapping it until it makes a different sound, and they say it's releasing from the inside. I didn't know it was cracked when they did that, though. They never said that. They just said, hit it pretty stern on the fat end, and it'll release from the inside.
Really neat.
Something's done.
And I think it was,
That's a big old sink, too.
matter of fact, I think my daughter showed it to me.
We grow them, you pick them.
She came up here and she...
By the bushel orchard.
And, so we had to do a little...
It's a good tip in case you're cooking eggs, guys.
That might be a fluke, you know, it might not work again. Well...
Vinegar, water, minced garlic, and Tony seasoning. Okay. It's not my thing. I've tried one before. I didn't like it. There's a lot of things that I don't like that, like, my parents would eat.
It would make really pretty deviled eggs.
I would eat it rather than starving, but it's not my favorite. Like, when we have people come into town or like, going out to eat with, like, family, people want, like, country cook. First of all, I won't eat Italian almost ever, like, at a restaurant because it's just so cheap to make. Like, a pot of spaghetti, you can make it, like, we were poor, and we always had spaghetti. It's so cheap to make a ton of spaghetti, and they want to charge you, like, $30 a plate. But, like, country cooking, too. Like, I grew up on country cooking, and every once in a while I might have a craving for it, but, like, everybody wants to eat it all the fucking time, and I'm like, damn, y'all ever get tired of this shit?
When you live out in the middle of nowhere, pickled eggs are a nice treat. Look at that.
Bullshiffer, we're not reinventing the egg here, okay? I think she's got it. We saw you try to be Atsuko's sidekick, making that fucking rice from a bag. Mona also has baby birds. Check this out. Baby bird update.
Well, I haven't videoed.
It's cool videos, Mona. Thanks for sharing.
I'm gonna go out and take a look.
I think I reposted one of them by accident, so if you get harassed, that's my fault. For some reason now on TikTok, when you comment on one, it reposts it as well. Check these birds out. Mariah called them, would she call them fleshy or naked? She called them something.
Can you see her?
Oh, it wasn't this video.
The other eggs didn't hatch. And...
Is that the baby? That looks like an adult. Especially the size those eggs are.
Like a red finch.
This wasn't the video I was talking about. I was talking about, let me see if I can find it. I showed Mariah and she's like, ew, it's naked. Or something like that. Fleshy. There, this one. The baby. And you only had one hatch. I see how big it is now. That makes sense. And they grow quick when they're first born. Only one of them hatched. This is from, this has been, what, a couple weeks now. Yeah, I would say it's that big. That sucks about the other eggs. You going to pickle them for your husband? I'm glad you got sober, Trey. That's awesome. You have like pet alligators? Down here, is this what it is? No, that says snakes are moving. Which one's the alligator one?
Hands up if you got a lot of snakes in your grass snakes. Check out those snakes.
Put your hands up if you have a lot of snakes.
Just a lot of snakes. Check out those snakes. Don't worry about the snakes, just worry about the cake in your bag. Players got 'em, ballers got 'em, mothers got 'em.
Did one of them just eat a bird? What the fuck was that?
Don't need no friends.
Surely that was a fish or something, right? The hell was that?
Gotta hear with the fake ass grins. Hear me first time, let me say it again. Players
Oh, that is snakes or something. Oh, I haven't posted them yet. Yeah, there's a snake head right there. He's snapping at something. They're trying to find something to eat. Feeding them old bird eggs. I'll post alligator. I'll be looking for it.
check out all the snakes. Beware the snakes. Watch out for the snakes. You feel like a snakes. Check out all the snakes.
I know some people, this could be their theme song.
If you got a lot of snakes in your last snakes.
You know what I'm saying, brother? Guess what? Scotty, I'm challenging you to an Ultimate Power Rangers match, and the loser loses their power coins forever.
Oh, I'm going to send that to him. I'm going to play it again because I cut off the first of it, but I am definitely going to send that to him. You better get ready. Have you got an outfit? Straight runner?
Oh, yeah, you know what I'm saying, brother? Guess what? Scotty, I'm challenging you to an Ultimate Power Rangers match, and the loser loses their power coins forever.
Loser loses their power. I'm sending that to him for sure. Oh, you think the snakes were breeding? I can understand that. Mariah makes those weird head motions when she does it too. That makes sense. We could killed 2 snakes today in the water. Jesus. Is that your local swimming hole? The bee comes to visit her door. Got a lot of nature. It comes back. A tight green Kermit outfit? Oh, shit. You can be Kermit the Green Wangel. Oh, he needs a helmet that you have to modify to make fit your gigantic head. You'd be good to go. All right. So enough with damn Mona, okay? I know everybody's obsessed. We get it. All right. So I made a video. Let's talk about some politics. So I made a video the other day, and you're more than welcome to disagree with me if you want to, but I made a video the other day, and it was, let's see if I can find it. This one.
Look, here's the problem with American politics right now. People want to say this is the most divisive time and more people disagree. Sure, whatever. But I run a podcast on this. We talk about it all the time. The thing that's driving the wedge is social media magnifies the most extreme viewpoints. The crazies on the left, the crazies on the right that say the craziest shit on Twitter or on Truth Social or fucking My Pillow guy or whatever. Most people agree on about 90 to 95% of the issues. There's just a couple of deal breaker issues that people like to argue over. But when we let the most extreme examples of this be magnified through social media and then we fixate on that, and you imagine that crazy person on the left, that's everybody on the left. That crazy person on the right, that's everybody on the right. Here I am smack dab in the middle looking at y'all acting like idiots, wondering what the fuck happened. Look, here's the problem.
So I've sort of changed my stance, okay? I've sort of changed my stance. I was thinking today, and I was writing down some notes, because I want to do, maybe just on TikTok, maybe in the stream or whatever, start talking more about politics in general and different things going on, around the politosphere. And no company does anything that makes them lose money, okay? Even if it makes them lose money on the temporary, or they make a mistake and lose money, the original goal was to make money, especially large corporations. Even if I have to say, okay, we're paying $200,000 lobbying. Well, that you'd say, well, they're losing money right there. No, they're going to make millions off this lobby later on. So I was thinking, why would social media companies push? So we see this radical content, right? And we see the extreme from both sides. We see, I like to call them like Twitter people, because Twitter's like the craziest place. I can't keep staring at my face. Twitter's like the craziest place there is, with the biggest amount of crazies on both sides. True Social too, but that's basically Twitter for Trump tards. So why would a social media platform push that? And the answer is they're not. They're not pushing that. It's us. It's us engaging with it. we have conditioned ourselves to share, to respond to the most extreme cases. We have made ourselves to where that's what we respond to. The craziest, the most extreme. And then we want to point fingers and say, oh, look at the left. This is what the left's really like. This is what teachers are really like. This is what cops are really like. This is what Republicans are really like. This is what we're the ones engaging with it, and we're the ones peddling it. And it's not even just the people that agree with it. There are some crazies that agree with the other crazies.
Dream just gifted 2 subs.
Thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. There are some people that engage with the crazy because they're just as crazy, right? We see that with Phil's content. But there's a whole lot of other people that disagree with the crazy that'll share it just because they want to put their 2 cents on it. This is why I'm homeschooling my kids. This is why my kid knows to drive to the gas station instead of pulling over on the side of the road. This is why my kid knows he's a boy. This is why my kid, whatever. We engage with that. We've built our own little prison here. Okay? We don't see I can't find traction on social media, right? I can't grow the way that I feel like I should grow because nobody cares about the middle. I mean, there's people that are in the middle that care about the middle, and there's people that think I'm funny that share my videos, that watch my videos, that think I'm funny. But I'll never get a sensationalized response. I'll never get somebody fucking melting down and saying, oh my God, this guy's so crazy, and then millions of shares somewhere. Actually, the biggest shares that I get are actually from the grifter people that cover me, and they just want to come in here and talk shit, right? Because they think I am crazy. They think I am the far left or the far right or the far middle or whatever the fuck they're saying anymore. We have sensationalized our own reception and kind of built our own prison because we engage with that content. Because other people engage with that content, we see that content more, and that reinforces our beliefs that the left is all crazy, the right is all crazy. I would say a good 90% of the issues that most people agree on, even a lot of Democrats who are in favor of gun control, don't think that they should round up all the weapons. They're just trying to get rid of AR-15s because they don't know enough about how AR-15s work and about the trauma-related AR-15s and how more other weapons would be much deadlier. Even the people that are pro-choice instead of pro-life, they're not out here. Most 99.9% of them are not trying to have 9-month abortions with no medical emergency. They're trying to get like first trimester, good. In case of incest, rape, medical emergency, good. They're not trying to like have a baby and fucking kill it on the table. They're not trying to do that. Most people agree on about 90% of the issues, and then the dividing issues. I yelled at. I was talking to somebody on TikTok the other day who was like, "Oh, most places you can just go to a gun show and buy a firearm without ever doing a background search or a background check." And that's not true. But he legitimately believes that. And he legitimately believes it's a loophole that you should find, that you should fix. Can I go to a gun show and buy a firearm without a background check? Technically, no. The gun show are the vendors that are in the gun show, that are in the auditorium, that are in the fairgrounds, they're in whatever. All of those vendors are registered FFL dealers, federal firearm license dealers, and they all have to do a background check, every one of them. They're always aware that there's undercover cops there, there's undercover agents there, there's undercover just shoppers trying to keep the people who run the gun show out from being in trouble. Like every person in there does a background check. What you're actually talking about is called a private party sale. So if I go to the gun show with my gun that I own, and me and you are standing in the parking lot, and you say, "Hey, I'll give you $500 for that gun," and I say, "Okay, yours." Do I have to do a background check? No. I'm not an FFL dealer. And in the state of Tennessee, I have no requirement to do a background check when I'm transferring it. If I have reasonable suspicion that you're a felon, not able to own a firearm, you're going to immediately use it to do a crime of some sort, then I'm not supposed to sell it to you. But I don't have to do a background check. Is that the same as buying at a gun show without a background check? No. Of course not. That's not a buying without a background check at a gun show. The gun show is actually the official thing inside, because I could have met you at a Wendy's, or I could have met you at a gas station, or I could have met you at I've probably sold 20 guns at the Walmart before. Hey, you know where the Walmart's at? Meet me in the parking lot. I'll let you see it there. Traded, sold, whatever, just in the parking lot. But he legitimately believed that. People are so ready to see the crazy that they don't even believe the stance of, hey, I'm just in the middle, or hey, I'm just making jokes or whatever. I wish I would have screen recorded this. I was in a guy's TikTok live the other day, and he was complaining about Christians being judgmental and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, guess what? I don't fucking care. I'm going to sit over here and, I'm watching Harry Potter and blah, blah, blah. And I said, oh, you're one of those Harry Potter witches doing Satan's work. Now, clearly, most people would think that was a joke. But he's so conditioned to seeing the crazy. He 100% thought I was real. He thought I was fucking real. And he said something else to me, and he's like, oh, yeah, okay, sure. Just because I have this wand, he pulled out like a prop wand, doesn't mean I'm a witch. Are you crazy? And I said, all I know is I'm doing the Lord's work and you're doing Satan's work. And he got really mad. And finally, he started ranting about people on the right, or Christians. And I said, dude, I'm not even a Christian. It was a joke, not a dick. What is your deal? And he's like, well, if that's the case, then you're the asshole that would come in here not knowing my background, that I've been harassed and blah, blah, blah. What the fuck ever. Like, you're doing the live stream, people are going to show up and make jokes or make comments or whatever. You're so fucking triggered, dude. But none of that would have been a miscommunication if he wasn't conditioned to be accepting the most radical. So we're doing it to ourselves. When you see a post and you think, oh my God, I've got to say, like, oh, this is crazy. Have you guys seen this? This is how the leftists think. And 99, oh, there's a 5-star hero right there. Thank you very much. And 99% of the people don't agree with this. What's the point in even sharing it and trying to relate it to, this is why I don't vote Democrat. This is why you'll never see me at a fucking Joe Biden rally. This is why you'll never see me at a Trump event. What's the point? That's the point. That's the 1% of the 1% that are crazy. And a lot of them are fucking trolls. A lot of them are fucking trolls that just do it to get attention. That just do it the same way that, like, Real Raw News writes stories and shit. It's crazy the way we've conditioned our thoughts. And I think that Trump is a byproduct of that. I know there's people that legitimately agree with Trump and thinks he says good things, but there's also a lot of excuse makers for Trump. And there's a lot of people that lie about him. There's a lot of people on the other side that lie about him. They sensationalize it. They lie and they say he actually meant this or actually said this and he didn't. But there's a lot of excuse makers for Trump. Someone said in my comments the other day, and I got a chance to talk to them because they sent me a private message too, which was fucking crazy. All I did was make a post saying the crazies on both sides are taking over and we're letting them. People in the middle are just sitting here. But she said... I don't know if it's a she or a he. She said something like, no, if it was my side, I would want them investigated. And I said, okay, cool. So I said, did you see the case with Donald Trump and his slander or whatever? And she said something like, yeah. And I did. I said, did you see that Congress is opening up an investigation onto whether Joe Biden has like financial ties or is getting help or whatever from Russia and Ukraine? And they had a fucking meltdown. There's no evidence of that. They better not be doing that. Fucking Republicans, that's what they do, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you realize that they spent like a 2 years doing that exact, that's not true. I made that up. But you realize they did like 2 years doing the same thing to Trump, saying he had a Russian bank account. And there was even some fabricated internet traffic that was like between Alpha Bank and Trump, apparently a Trump website that he didn't use anymore. Like, they had a fucking meltdown. I'm tired of people making excuses for others. I said something the other day, and if you're the person who said this, I have no ill will against you. I just think this is a great example. We were talking the other day about Trump now has been convicted. Basically, the jury decided way more likely than not that he did sexually assault this woman. I'm sorry, commit sexual battery, and did lie about it for years. That case has been decided, adjudicated. We were talking about Trump sexually battering a woman, allegedly raping her, and lying about it for years. And then someone says, yeah, but I still like him as president. First of all, no one asked you, hey, do you still like him as president? That was just something that you stuck in there to take up for. Yeah, he may be a rapist and a liar, but pretty good president, don't you think? And second of all, that's an excuse, and that's a sidestep. That's moving past the issue. Both Trump and Biden can do bad things. They both have. They both have weird fucking backgrounds. They both have weird things going on. They both have some sketchy past. They've both done sketchy things for their fucking kids. I think every politician probably has, now that I'm looked into it more, like getting them jobs at places, getting them this, getting them that, getting them whatever. I just don't think that no one should be an excuse maker. No one. If they start investigating, another way that we've conditioned this is by like the stolen election and this stuff. Okay, all of the intelligence agencies that could possibly check into the election said that, hey, we're good to go. Okay. You don't have to believe them. But it's probably more likely that every person in every agency is not compromised and they checked into it. So like right now they're making a big fuss about Russia and, about Ukraine, Burisma, Joe Biden, and Hunter Biden, right? The Republicans are all out there touting it and blah, blah, blah. Now, I'm sure there'd be a lot of people that would stand up and fucking cheer if something comes down the pipeline and they find out that Joe Biden was actually guilty. But if it comes back and they're like, okay, well, we tried to find something, blah, blah, blah. They won't do this, by the way. We tried to find something that wasn't there, blah, blah, blah. You should be just as relieved that our president isn't doing secret dealings with his son overseas. You should be just as relieved. But what will actually happen, because we've sensationalized and conditioned ourselves to the crazy, is even if nothing comes of it, the Republicans will still stand there and scream that there was something. The same way that the Democrats will still stand there and scream that there was something. You remember when the stuff about the Trump-Russian collusion investigation was made public, and we were told from the committee that met behind closed doors and blah, blah, blah. We got evidence. We got tons of evidence. We got evidence. We got this. And there was none. They're doing it on both sides, and they're playing you in the middle. They use people that we trust to feed us a lie so you would believe it. They showed half videos. They showed evidence, and then they gave you the reason why that evidence exists. The evidence that we have, could it have been like, oh, somebody was fucking with the votes? Sure. Could it have also been like they were being harassed, or they just, this is where they stored a box, or they just picked this up, or they were just doing their fucking job and you don't understand what's going on? Absolutely. But what they did was they used people that you trust, people that you thought wouldn't risk their careers. They wouldn't risk the amount of respect they hold and garner in public places. They wouldn't risk their legal practices. They wouldn't risk all their wealth. You thought that they wouldn't risk it, so you believed them when they told you. I can show you a video right now. Let's say I show you a video and it's a car crash. And I say, oh, this guy driving this car, he got drunk at a bar. Breathalyzer was 0.84, and he wrecked into a busload of orphans and killed 13 orphans. That could be one explanation. But let's say the other explanation is the car malfunctioned, the guy had not drank, and the car had malfunctioned and he just had a fender bender. Like, just because they give you the explanation with the evidence doesn't mean that's the right explanation. Just because they show you this clip and you say, okay, now you see what she's going to do here is she's going to double count. Oh, you see what they're going to do here? They've got a secret box under the table. Well, really, because we saw them pull boxes out from under there the whole time. Why was this the secret box? Oh, you see what they're going to do here is they're going to try to keep us from looking at them. Or maybe you got thrown out of there because you were being fucking irate and screaming and shit while people were trying to count ballots. Shit's crazy, and it ruins people's lives. There's people like in some of these battleground states that their fucking lives, they've been harassed. They've got fucking death threats. They got people showing up at their fucking door. There was a board of whatever it was up in Pennsylvania or Michigan maybe, that got fucking death threats and had to disband and leave and shit. Even their kids were having threats. And now you see the direct action from even the right when people like Pebbles are getting death threats at their salon. Like, it's not okay to sensationalize this stuff and put your own explanation with it unless it's 100% true. I'm not going to run with the story and say, oh, this happened, and here's this video clip that kind of backs up my story, but really you could make any narrative for it you wanted. And then someone get death threats or get ran off or get attacked or get, spammed or someone show up at their house and fucking, God forbid, murder them. When there's also multiple explanations. I don't like the way they used Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell and Mike Flynn and whatever to peddle this conspiracy. And I'm calling it conspiracy because they haven't proven anything. Trust me, I looked into it too. I was all hooked. You can ask some people that were here for a long time. We had phone database records. We had voter records. We were going through fucking records for people. We were checking fucking addresses with Google Maps. We were doing all the things. And it ended up being a fucking lie. They lied to us. They gave us enough video or photo to see something, and then they explained what was going on in the video or the photo. They explained, oh, what they're doing here is cheating. When in reality, if I just took that photo, I don't know what the fuck or that video, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Are those fucking rigged ballots? Who the fuck knows? It's just a video of someone running through a machine. Or it's just a video of somebody counting them. Or it's just a video of this. And some of them took that all the way to court. That fucking asshole who invented the barcode or whatever, that motherfucker come and lied through his teeth, and he's been disproven multiple times over. He even helped with he lied in Georgia, and then he went to fucking Arizona and lied, and has been disproven in both fucking states by independent teams of researchers that were trying to duplicate what he found about, oh, they were online, and here's the packets, and they wanted to find what he found immediately after he found it and talked about it. The Mules movie, the 3,000 Mules or whatever it's called. That's the same way. They got randomized data from a cell phone of people going by, and it's not, cell phone data is not super accurate. It's not like down to like feet. It's down to, a few meters. People going by ballot boxes says, oh, well, this must be that guy. This data has nothing to do with that guy. This data could be fucking anybody. Yeah, Jovan Pulitzer. This data here could be fucking anybody. You're just pointing at this guy because he's got more than a couple ballots. Maybe he's fucking dropping off ballots for his whole family. Maybe he's the fucking guy in his elderly neighborhood that they asked to fucking drop shit off for him. Like, I don't know. Yeah, and the more we dug into that, Dr. J, the suitcase under the table, the more we dug into that, there was a total of 13 all legal votes of all legal boxes underneath that table, and they pulled them out when they weren't being actively fed. So, like, these were like, hey, if we get so busy that there's not people bringing the ballots to you, you already got spare stationed on your table. They got to be counted too. So when they weren't busy and no one was like shoving another box on them, they would grab a box from underneath the table. And they showed us enough clip to say, oh, this is the only box underneath that table. Why they keep it underneath? Every other box is over here. There's no other boxes there. Why would they keep it here? That's a secret Biden box. Fuck you. You lied to us. You lied to me and you fooled me. And it seems like people don't want to admit they were lied to or admit they were fooled. So instead, I get attacked for saying, like, fuck you, you lied to me, and I'm mad about it. Other people would rather be, oh, he's just went woke. He's just losing it. Anybody that wouldn't admit this is, show me proof. That's all I need to do. I'm a man of proof. Show me proof. I don't need you to tell me proof. I need you to show me proof. Because, again, I can show you a video and make up what happened. The same way that you can look at a video and make up what happened. Or Lynn Woods can look up at a video and make up what happened. I need you to show me proof. The only reason that people say, oh, I can't believe you'd say that. I saw the videos. No, you saw a video or a picture, and they told you what was happening in the video. Imagine if you'd have watched that video on mute. Would you have known? Would you have thought the same thing that they just said? If they just showed you that video on mute, no one would have talked. It would have just been a silent film. Would the first thing that popped into your head been what Lynn Wood said? Could it have been anything else? And the fact that if you think it's true, then I think that maybe you have the disconnect. Because Donald Trump has been saying for years, we caught them all, red-handed, we got them all, and we're going to make this right. And now he's saying, well, try to vote for me in 2024. If there's this abundance of evidence, there are courts that he could appeal to. You can't, to make this theory work, every court's got to be bad. Every fucking voting official's got to be bad. Every fucking state official's got to be bad. Every governor, every secretary of state, every federal court judge, the Supreme Court, everybody has to be bad. So what's more likely, that they showed you a snippet of a picture or a video and told you what happened, lying to you, or everybody they could possibly appeal to in the entire U.S. government is bad? Suddenly. I think becoming hyper obsessed with these very polarized points, baby eating, stolen election, blah blah blah, they cheated us, I'll never vote again, or like let's put a cross-dresser in every preschool, maybe 2 of them, or our homeless neighbors are super safe. They just need a little helping hand, or like these fucking posts are from the polar ends of the spectrum. Far ends are poisoning any type of debate you might have, or argument you have, or even resolution to get into what's actually going on. The same people that'll tell you, oh, the government can't be trusted, the government lies to you, the government's all bad, the government everything. Anybody who agrees with Trump, they'll say, oh, no, he's a good guy. He's telling the truth. But when he stops disagreeing with Trump, they'll scream rhino. I never trusted him. That's a rhino. The same people that'll tell you not to trust the government literally trust one side of the government as long as it agrees with their guy. And then when it doesn't agree with their guy, they stop trusting in them again. That's fucking crazy. I remember people chanting the names of Trump appointees until they disagree with Trump and were fired, and then saying, oh, he's always been deep state. Yep. He's always been like that. He's always, yeah, as far as I can remember. Then why were they chanting his name at rallies? It's poison the well, or whatever you want to call it. You can't have a decent argument with these people because they're basically brainwashed on both sides of the topics. to the far extremes because that's all they engage with on social media. That's all they see because you engage with on social media, and that's all they fucking want to argue about. It's all they fucking want to argue about. It's crazy. It's crazy. And it's also made people hypersensitive to voting, and I've personally heard hundreds of people saying they're never voting again. And those hundreds of people that are never voting again, they're all from one side. They're all from one side. Every bit of them are from the Republican side. And if that's true, if I, as small as I am, and as few people as I engage with, have heard hundreds of people say this, that means there's millions of people. That also means that the Republican Party will not win for the foreseeable future. Because they were lied to. They were fucking hypersensitive to this type of content. They were enraged about it. And now rather than admitting they were lied to and saying either making peace with Trump and his friends lied to you, but you're still going to vote for him or you're going to vote for somebody else, they'd rather write off the whole system rather than admit that they were fucking fooled by a lie. So I would state to argue, I know people are going to get mad at this, but I would even argue that Trump and his friends that have peddled this bullshit have hurt the Republican Party. First of all, he's not a super Republican guy. He's a populist. Same way Bernie Sanders is not a real Democratic guy. He's a populist, right? He runs on, hey, these people, you're struggling. These people are who did it, and here's how we get rid of them with me. So with Trump, it could be, it could be immigrants or China or Russia or wealthy people or politicians. And with Bernie, it's the wealthy, the rich, the CEOs, the owners of businesses, the ultra rich people. That's a populist standpoint. That's not conservative. That's not progressive. That's populism. Hey, I'm here. These people hurt you. And then he douses on like holding the Bible and going to church every once in a while to make it seem like he's Republican. The same way Bernie will stand up for a progressive thing every once in a while, even if he doesn't believe about it, to make it seem like he's a progressive. But that's populism. That is not party platforms. I used to say, even if you think that it was stolen, we still have to vote, right? Like, maybe you'll just be hyper-vigilant looking for people fucking with something. Or maybe you'll call and make sure your vote counted or whatever. But now I think that's not true, first of all. Second of all, I think those people need to realize that it wasn't. It wasn't. Even independent audits from major companies have all found less than enough. Like there is some impropriety. There is like someone accidentally voted out of state, blah blah blah. It's less than 1% of 1% in like most states. It's not enough to change anything. Just like years before. Trump told people not to mail in vote. A lot of people didn't go out of the house at the time. A lot of people were scared. A lot of people were locked down. Biden told everybody to fucking mail-in vote. The mail-in votes came in late in the night, and they fucking counted them. We were told weeks before that it would appear that there was a red mirage, that Trump's votes at the polls would come in first, and then the votes would come in later, blue, from them mailing them in and counting them by hand, picking them up, putting them out, counting them by hand. And that's exactly what happened. I think if you stay fixated with the thought that you were fucked out of it by your government and Trump can't prove it, and Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell, who was trying to use Tory Says as her prime witness, the Kraken, if none of those people can prove it and your government did it to you, I think it's going to hurt you in the long run. I think you're either not going to vote. I think you're going to be super bitter. I think it preconditions you to doubt everything else. I think that if there's an investigation into anybody that you don't like and they're found innocent, you're going to call it a lie and you're going to say it was set up. If there's a person that you do like and they're found guilty, you're going to say it was a setup and it was a lie. There is a lot of corruption in politics. No one says there isn't. But the same way that we should celebrate when someone that we don't like is found guilty, we ought to have that same feeling when someone we don't like is found innocent, and that they weren't selling out the country, that they weren't cheating us out of money, or taxpayers out of dollars, or selling us to China or whatever. And on the other side, someone we do like, when they're found innocent, we're happy, but we should have the same feeling when they're found guilty, and we're like, thank God they got rid of this guy. If this guy was selling out secrets to the U.S., hell yeah, he ought to go to fucking prison. If Sidney Powell made any sense to you, just know that she had the podcaster Tori Says as her ace in the hole expert witness. Tori Says, the bitch that's been scamming people even from her local town, putting on a play with homeless people or some stupid shit while she was out buying nails. The bitch that got the $75,000 for her daughter's first car and $80,000 for her car from GoFundMe's. The one that claims that she has a Purple Heart even though she washed out of basic training. Tori Says was her lead witness. Her ace in the hole, the one that told her about Hammer and Scorecard and the algorithm they used. Tori Says. And why didn't she do a little due diligence and rule out Tori Says? She needed to find somebody crazy enough to repeat her lie. There were no legitimate people that were going to come forward and repeat this lie. Those people actually knew what happened. They weren't believing Trump and Lynn Wood and the people around him. They were believing whatever agency said and what they knew to be true. The only person she could find was a fucking nut job podcaster to put this shit up there. And they kept you angry about that for so long, hoping that something would happen, and then nothing happened, and they still peddle it. Trump still says at rallies that it was stolen from him. Somebody ought to tell that motherfucker to prove it then. Show me some evidence, motherfucker. Let's see it. Now he's fucking giving the tip of the hat to people like Derek Johnson, who says he's still technically president. Oh, very, very bright guy here. You got to listen to him. Why would Trump be engaged with Derek Johnson? Even if you don't believe the little conversation they had, he took a picture with him, a couple pictures with him. He introduced him to the publicist he has now, who actually is on the payroll for Trump. He's getting him on, that publicist is getting him on all these right-wing talk shows. We know Derek Johnson's lying. Why would Trump be involved with Derek Johnson? She's been convicted of basically, Tori has been convicted of basically stealing money that she said was going one place and using it for something else. So like she had some type of fundraiser / play that she's supposed to be putting on to raise money for homelessness, and she was really just getting her nails done and shit. She put a couple of new tires on her car, got her nails done. She was just spending the money. She had no intention of ever doing the benefit and the play thing that's supposed to be happening at a park. If Trump is running in 2024, why would he keep saying, we have all the evidence, we know what happened, we can prove it, but I'm just running in 2024? There's somebody rallied and attacked. Thank you very much. Because it's not doing anything for him, right? It keeps his audience angry, thinking that it's true because he said it, and that's the only way he can see bringing them out to the polls. Because if he come out and said, okay, guys, I guess we didn't have the evidence we thought we did, we put up a good fight, but that was it. The people are going to be like, what the fuck? You lied to us? Why the fuck would I vote for you now? I see it. Again, I see it. I'm talking right now. Why would he do that? Why would he keep peddling that? Imagine somebody whose last chance is to only get enough votes through your misguided anger. That's the only way he foresees that he can win. A lot of people have voted for him in anger the first time and the second time. Remember when we were all told we were going to lock her up and everybody was mad at Hillary over Benghazi and Uranium One and her husband and, you know, the Clinton sides or whatever you want to call them. And we're going to lock her up. And we voted out of anger. And then he said, oh, she's been through enough. Now he's starting that chant about Hunter. They're going to lock him up. They're going to lock up Hunter Biden and his dad. You think that'll happen? One good thing that everybody wants to mention about Trump is like, yeah, we got more back on taxes for like 2 years. Now we're paying more than ever. And that continues to increase for like until like 2027. Trump had a supermajority, didn't get shit done. He was complaining when he voted with Hillary. He said he won by much more, but there was cheating going on. He didn't do a goddamn thing when he went into office with a supermajority. He had the House, the Senate, and he was the president. He didn't address election fraud then. Weird. The reason I personally believe the reason Trump is against mail-in voting is not because it's easier to cheat with mail-in voting. Statistically, and you can look this up, when more people vote, Republicans lose. Conservatives lose. So he doesn't want it easier for people to vote, whether they're cheating or not. Because the more people that vote, the more likely he is to lose. And I think that's a fucking travesty. I think that more people should always vote. That we ought to always have gigantic fucking votes. We have tons of people voting. Everybody should fucking try to vote as long as you're legally eligible. That's the way you tell the government what you fucking think about them. But he knows it lowers his chances of winning. The same thing as if you don't get upset, if you're not mad, and if you don't think the election was stolen, he can't win. I gotta go. Give me just a second. Trying to find something here. I don't know which one this is. Was it Higgins on security and immigration debate? Higgins calls for border security, Ways and Means, Super Talk Nashville. Yeah, I'm trying to find a fucking video. I understand May 10th. I'm trying to find a video covering it, not just read a press release. Biden, the DHS Secretary, Representative Clay Higgins, Biden DHS Secretary Mayorkas. Higgins calls for border security. I've been advising for months that the Oversight Committee investigators had discovered the existence of bank records called suspicious activity reports relating, we've already seen this, relating to money originating from China and other nations, millions of dollars moved through very suspicious accounts into the Biden Crime Family Shell LLCs. I've honestly and calmly revealed what I could as appropriate. I take no pleasure in the revealing of these truths to the American people. I'm simply doing my job. As a senior member of the House Oversight Committee, I've sworn to address corruption at the highest levels. As an investigator, I recognize the bank records are amongst the most irrefutable form of evidence. Every American knows that bank documents are unbiased. They're just accounts and numbers and dates and times. They're not opinions. They're not Republican bank documents or Democratic bank documents, whereas one bank might be forged or one bank compromised. When multiple banks produce hundreds of SARs relating to one family, well, I'm sorry, America, but that's a compilation of hard, cold evidence. We're talking about a dozen banks with at least 150 SARs and no less than $30 million, and we're just getting started. POTUS, Biden, and guys like Jamie Raskin have done everything in their power to conceal this evidence and push back against the investigation, but there's only so much they can do. I mean, we're Congress, and bank records are bank records. I knew we'd eventually get access. An SAR is generated by law by a federally insured American bank. If the bank observes clearly suspicious movement of large sums of money, the SAR is reported to the Treasury Department, and historically, SARs have always been available to Congress. Biden changed that as soon as he went into office. As soon as he had executive authority over the Treasury Department, he ordered the Treasury to suppress the release of SARs, including from Congress. We didn't even know he had done that. It was done quietly, and we weren't looking for SARs. I didn't even know that what an SAR was. He had never heard of such a thing. Most Americans will live our entire lives and never be subject to the suspicious activity report, no matter how much money is moved through their bank accounts. Thousands of small businesses move tons of money through America. I've had one. I've been reported for suspicious activity. Thousands of small businesses move tons of money through American banks every day in every community in every state and never even come close to an SAR. The Bidens had 150 of them over just a few years, and POTUS took steps to hide them from Congress. We only found out about them because of media late last year. That's when they started investigating. I knew right away that if we could access the actual bank documents that revealed money laundering and indicated the trafficking of influence all the way into the Biden vice presidency, that would be a bell that no one could unring. Today, Oversight Committee Republicans are pulling back the curtain a bit. Trust me, America, there's more, much more. It's coming in months. We're going to reveal truths that will shock the world and will no doubt force the end of the Biden crime family era of corruption. Well, I mean, so I know I've had one. I may have had multiple, but especially with foreign money from foreign banks. I mean, I've got to see some evidence. I can't just have somebody fucking grandstanding. They did the same thing to Trump when they talked about all the evidence of Russian collusion, all the ways that they had found out, all the witnesses that had came forward, all the stuff they had to get. I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. Somebody's got to prove something or show something. Why can't I? It says review the findings here, and I click it, and it said the requested file was not found. Why? Where are you? Committee Oversight and Accountability members. On February 27th, Chairman Comer issued a subpoena for certain financial records. The subpoena sought unique, particularized information critical to the committee's investigation connected to 3 Biden family business associates. The committee seeks to craft legislative solutions aimed at deficiencies it has identified in the current legal framework regarding ethics laws and disclosure of financial interests related to the immediate family members of President, Vice President, and Presidents, deficiencies that may place American national security and interests at risk. So I see that it says immediate family members of Vice President and Presidents, sure, but unless they can prove it's not illegal for his family members to make money overseas, and I'm sure that plenty of the Trump kids have made money overseas and other people. That in itself is not illegal. Pursuant to a subpoena, the committee recently obtained financial records related to Mr. John Robinson Walker, a Biden family associate, and his company Robinson Walker LLC. Prior to issuing the subpoena, the committee received information that Mr. Walker used his company to transfer money to the Biden family members. The bank records proved that information correct. Okay. Ranking member Jamie Raskin mischaracterized the substance of the bank records by referencing payments related to Mr. Walker's miscellaneous purchases, such as Papa John's and coffee at Starbucks. Rep. Raskin omitted material facts that Robinson Walker LLC received $3 million wire from Chinese company in March 2017, less than 2 months after Vice President Joe Biden left public office, and that Mr. Walker then transferred over $1 million to various bank accounts associated with the Bidens in the following months. To correct Rep. Raskin's different information about our evidence, we are providing a synopsis of some of the payments from Rob Walker accounts to the Biden family. Overview: the financial records related to Robinson Walker LLC. Mr. Walker established Robinson Walker LLC as a limited liability company in Delaware in 2008. From 2015 to 2017, Biden family members and their companies received over $1.3 million in payments from Rob Walker accounts. The Biden family members who received money from this includes Haley Biden. She received 2 payments for $35,000. Brian Biden Sr., James Biden. Robert Hunter Biden, a bank account identified as an unknown Biden. The committee is continuing to investigate the identity of this account holder. These records prove the Biden family used at least 3 family members, Haley Biden, James Biden, and Hunter Biden, and various companies received lucrative payments from Robinson Walker LLC, including Awaska PC, JBB SR Incorporated, and RSTP 2 LLC. Okay, but none of that's illegal. What are they claiming the payments are for? Robinson Walker LLC paid Biden family members over $1 million after receiving the State Energy HK Limited wire. On March 1st, 2017, less than 2 months after Vice President Joe Biden left his public office, State Energy HK Limited, a Chinese company, wired $3 million to Robinson LLC. At the time of the wire, Rob Walker's business account had approximately $159,000 in it. The next day, Robinson Walker LLC wired $1 million to the European Energy and Infrastructure Group in Abu Dhabi, a company associated with James Giller. Giller was a business partner of Hunter Biden involved in foreign transactions with Biden family. Okay. After Robinson LLC account received the $3 million for State Energy Limited, Biden family members and their companies began receiving incremental payments over a period of approximately 3 months. The receipts of the money included Haley Biden, companies associated with Hunter Biden and James Biden. What are companies associated with? An unknown bank account identified as Biden. The wires and online banking transfers are listed below. So there's one to unknown Biden for $5,000, one to unknown Biden for $25,000, one to Haley Biden for $25,000, one to Awaska PC for $50,000, and First Clearing LLC for $100,000. Given the description of the beneficiary bank account, the committee believes that the wire was intended for Hunter Biden or one of his companies. The committee will continue to investigate the transaction. Then we have one to Awaska for $50, Awaska for $100. These are thousands. JBB SR Incorporated for $50, JBB SR Incorporated for $50, RSTP 2 LLC for $10,692, Awaska for $300, JBB SR Incorporated for $120, Unknown Biden $25, JBB SR Incorporated $125, Biden Unknown Biden $15, JBB SR $15. That's a total of $1,065,692. After the Chinese company wired Robinson LLC the $3 million, the Biden family received approximately $1,065,692 over a 3-month period in different bank accounts. Notably, EEIG, James Gillier's affiliated company, received almost the exact same amount on March 2nd, 2017. From the bank records, it appears that the Biden family received approximately 1/3 of the money obtained from the China wire. On November 5th, 2015, Robinson LLC received a wire from the company, from a company. The committee continues to investigate the identity of the account holder from that company that had an overseas bank account in the amount of $179,000, $179,836.86. The next day, Rob Walker transferred $59,000 from Robinson Walker LLC account to one of his personal checking accounts. Okay. 3 days later, November 19th, 2015, Rob Walker used his personal checking account to send a wire to a bank account for a Robert Biden in the amount of $59,900. Similar to the March 2017 transaction with the Chinese company, EEIG also received $59,900, 1/3 of the total amount. EIG received a third, and Hunter Biden received a third. The committee is concerned about the information revealed in these bank records, including why the Chinese energy company waited less than 2 months after Vice President Biden left public office to send $3 million wire, why the Robinson LLC account received the Chinese company's payment instead of the Biden family members' companies, why the payments to the Biden family members were structured in incremental payments to different bank accounts, what service the Biden family members provided to China company, and when those proposed services were provided, or the companies that paid them. There's also a chance they performed a service for the Rob Walker company or the EIG company. Why Haley Biden publicly reported to work as a school counselor received money from Robinson Walker LLC. Consultations, what they hide most of this shit under. Who the account holder is for the bank accountant titled Biden. We hope that our Democrat colleagues will join us in addressing these important issues. Sure, get to the bottom of all of them. I'm excited. The committee is concerned about the national security implications of a president's or vice president's immediate family members receiving millions of dollars from foreign nations or companies without any oversight. Current financial disclosure laws and regulations do not require non-dependent family members to provide any information to the public. Right? The point is, if there's no wrong, why all the shell games? Shell games is something you labeled it. It doesn't mean it's shell games. If I'm allotted so much to perform a service and they transfer it and they say, okay, well, you're giving me $59,000 to have this performed. Hey, Hunter Biden, could you do this service for me for $59,000? Sure, here you go. The committee seeks meaningful reforms to government ethics and disclosure laws that will provide necessary transparency into presidents or vice presidents' immediate family, members' income, assets, and financial relationships with companies. The committee intends to develop legislation that would strengthen reporting requirements related to certain foreign transactions involving senior elected official family members and implement financial disclosure laws that shed light on ownership of opaque corporate entities. The American people deserve transparency into the extent of the Biden family's influence, peddling, and we intend to deliver legislation that will preclude family members from capitalizing on their relatives' public office. In doing so, the committee will restore honesty and integrity to the highest levels of our government. I think that everybody capitalizes. I think everybody capitalizes. I mean, like Trump's kids have become more wealthy because their dad is president. I would say every politician's kids and family members become more wealthy because these people hold office. It could be, and shell games would be an intention to hide it. It would be, hey, send it over there first, then send it here, then send it there. There could also be a legitimate reason that it went that way. There's no claim either way. It just says where it went. I want to know what the payments were allegedly made for, what service was allegedly made for, they were provided for. Shell games, again, is your word. It could be, sure, but there's no proof here that it is. Here's a second memorandum. I'm going to skip the first part. Lack of transparency regarding the Biden family business deals. When President Biden ran as presidential candidate, he assured the American people his family received no money from China. President Biden recently claimed the committee's bank records regarding his family's receipts of funds from China are not true. The White House refuses to correct President Biden's dishonest statements. The lack of transparency surrounding the Biden family's foreign business deals raises serious national security concerns. Sure, get to the bottom of them. The committee has reviewed thousands of bank records. The committee has obtained thousands of relevant bank records via subpoenas. The complicated network of Biden family and associates companies. Biden family members and business associates created a web of over 20 companies. Most were limited liability companies formed during Joe Biden's vice presidency. If you told me that the Biden family, including extended family and family friends, only has 20 companies, I would say you're lowballing it. The Biden family received millions of dollars from foreign sources. Bank records show the Biden family, their business associates, and their companies raised over $10 million from foreign national companies. The committee has identified payments to Biden family members from foreign companies while Joe Biden served as vice president and after he left the public office. The Biden family used business associates companies to receive foreign funds. Despite creating many companies after Vice President Biden took office, the Biden family used business associates companies to receive millions of dollars from foreign companies. attempts to conceal large financial transactions. After foreign companies sent money to business associates companies, the Biden family received incremental payments over time to different bank accounts. These complicated financial transactions appear to conceal the source of the funds and reduce the conspicuousness of the total amount made into Biden bank accounts. Chinese nationals hid the source of the money. Chinese nationals and companies with significant ties to Chinese intelligence and the Chinese Communist Party hid the funds by layering domestic limited liability companies. The number of Biden, these are all claims. I would like to see somebody prove them. They're interesting, but they're all claims. The number of Biden family members, as committee traces additional financial transactions of committee continues to identify new Biden family members who may have benefited financially from foreign companies. The second bank records memorandum, Biden family deals in Romania and China. The committee has uncovered evidence that indicative of influence peddling and financial deception, warranting further investigation and legislative solutions. The bank records financial transactions are discussed in detail below. Sections E through G. Congressional investigations are rooted in legislative process, and Congress may use its broad powers to achieve legitimate legislative aims. A federal district court recently explained the important role Congress subpoenas. We don't care what they said. Congress can conduct investigations or to pass laws that will bring transparency to the American people, thwart public corruption, and reduce influence peddling. Indeed, the committee is charged with the responsibility of rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. Public corruption, influence peddling, federal ethics laws, financial disclosures, and national security matters are directly within the purview of the committee's oversight responsibilities. This memorandum highlights some of the legislative issues the committee is deeply concerned about based on the information reviewed so far. Yeah, if there was intent, it's money laundering, right? Trying to hide where it was from or trying to clean it before. That's why it's called laundering. Yes, if there was intent, absolutely it would be. If this is, well, I mean, I haven't seen the records, but if this is verified and there's intent, obviously it's money laundering. And apparently for some of his family members, it doesn't seem like Joe's named in any of this, but a lot of his family members. And one could logically conclude the only reason they were being paid was because Joe exists and Joe is related to them, but you would have to prove that as well. The committee seeks to craft legislative solutions aimed at deficiencies. Okay, we get that. Craft legislation. President Biden's misleading statements about his family's foreign business dealings. On October 22nd, 2020, President Biden, then a presidential nominee, stood before the American people at a televised presidential debate and answered the question about whether there was anything inappropriate or unethical about his son's business dealings in Ukraine or China. President Biden denied that his son or anybody else from his family received money from China. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about what you're talking about, China. I have not had, it doesn't matter what this quote is, they're going to say that he misspoke or stuttered. I have not had, the only guy who made money from China is this guy, Donald Trump. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China. That's not true. They're all making money from China. The bank records refute President Biden's statement. To date, President Biden has continued to deny that his family received money from China, despite bank records proving otherwise. In 2017 alone, bank records show President Biden's family and their related companies received millions of dollars from Chinese foreign nationals companies. This amount does not include payments from Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Mexico, Romania, Oman, or other foreign business deals the committee is investigating. It also does not include any payments related to Hunter Biden's interest in BHR Partners or Jonathan Lee. On March 16, 2023, the committee issued its first bank records memorandum in response to a reporter's question regarding over $1 million paid to the Biden family from a Chinese company. President Biden claimed that's not true. On March 21, 2023, the committee requested Press Secretary Karen Jean-Pierre either correct President Biden's false assertion or explain why inaccuracies in the committee's evidence, Ms. Jean-Pierre and the White House have failed to do either. Because President Biden has denied the existence of the evidence, the committee has included redacted copies of certain bank records in the second bank records memorandum. Federal district courts across the country routinely admit bank records as evidence in criminal and civil trials. Any claim these documents are unreliable is false, misleading, and contradicts the federal rules of evidence. Because President Biden is not required to file financial disclosures for immediate family members other than a spouse or dependents. This gaping legislative hole has allowed President Biden to make misleading statements about. So it seems like worst case scenario, they can pass laws that say your immediate family members can't be paid by foreign, but that's not a thing. It's only dependents and your spouse. There isn't even a law in the book yet. Yeah, I'm sure they got all the records. They probably don't need the EIN number. I mean, they filed a subpoena against it. This gaping legislative hole has allowed President Biden to make misleading statements about the source of his family's income, act willfully blind about their financial notwithstanding potential conflicts of interest, and use federal government resources and personal, including White House spokespersons, to conceal influence peddling. The committee, I don't think they'll ever tie the influence peddling. I mean, everybody's going to think that. Like, why would they send Hunter Biden all this money? Oh, it's because his dad was vice president. But proving that is a completely different fucking animal. Like, proving that Biden, that Hunter provided no service. We've already seen it with, like, Burisma, right? There's no logical reason that Hunter Biden should be on the board at Burisma. But can you prove that the only reason he was there was that? The committee is investigating the opaque corporate structure of particular Biden-affiliated companies. These companies have complicated connections with each other, whether these companies maintain books and records, and why certain foreign nationals sought to partner with and engage in businesses with specific Biden family members and their companies. The Bidens and their business associates formed a series of companies in a relatively short amount of time. The overwhelming majority were created during Joe Biden's vice presidency. The committee has identified over 20 companies affiliated with certain Biden family members and their business associates. See, I think that number would be way higher. So we're talking about Biden, his immediate family. Just Biden family members, not even immediate now. Biden family members and all their business associates. There's only 20 companies. Formed mostly in Delaware and Washington, D.C., this service provides by some of these companies the purpose for creating such a complicated corporate structure and whether ethics, financial disclosure laws should require a public official to publicly disclose the identities of such companies remain under scrutiny by the committee. After assuming the vice presidency in 2009, records reveal Hunter Biden and his business associates formed at least 15 companies. The chart on the following page shows some of the entities and their prospective formation date. The committee is currently investigating. Lion Hall Group, 52698. Owasca PC, 11906. Robinson Walker, 228-2008. Scan Edelis, 7/18/2008. Seneca Global Advisors, 8/12/2008. Rosemont Seneca Partners, 6/25/2009. Rosemont Seneca Principal Investments, 7/29/2009. Rosemont Realty, 2/12/2010. Rosemont Seneca Global Risk Services, 10/4/2010. RSP Holdings, 9/15/2011. Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners, 10/19/2011. Rosemont Seneca Thornton, 5/28/2013. Rosemont Seneca Advisors, 7/2/2014. Rosemont Seneca Bohai, 9/18/2014. JBBSR Inc., 9/3/2015. RSTP2 Alpha Partners, LLC, 12/17/2015. RSTP2 Bravo Partners, LLC, 12/17/2015. Same day, Alpha and Bravo were produced. Owasca LLC, 12/21/2015. Hudson West 3 LLC, 4/19/2016. Hudson West 5 LLC, 5/27/2016. CEFC Infrastructure Investment US LLC, 5/11/2017. As part of the investigation, the committee is focusing on several entities that receive funds from foreign companies. These include Owasca PC, Hudson West 3 LLC, Robinson Walker LLC, and Rosemont Seneca Bohai LLC. The amount of money involved in these financial transactions is significant. The wires and money transfers range from approximately $5,000 to at least $3 million. Any services provided for these fees would likely have corresponding invoices. And the companies may also maintain books and records detailing the use of such funds. The parties should have contracts, agreements, and other communications setting forth terms of the engagement and expectations of the parties. The committee intends to obtain those materials to the extent they exist as part of its investigation. Sure, I would say definitely try to get those if they exist. Many of the relevant wire transfers from Waska PC, a professional corporation formed in Washington, D.C. Hunter Biden was the owner of Waska PC. The second bank records memorandum focuses on two groups of transactions involving financial activity in Romania, Section F, and China, Section G. The transactions in Romania and China show related but separate issues identified by the committee that raise serious questions about financial disclosures of risk to national security. The Romanian transactions, hold on just a second. The Romanian transactions show evidence of influence peddling and correlation between Biden family and their business associates' work, and then Vice President Biden's responsibilities while in office. The committee is also providing additional information about the Biden family's troubling receipt of payments from China, particularly the individual Yi Jinping and his company CEFC, to show what was from 2015 to 2018 a growing interest by people closely tied to the CCP in cultivating a relationship with the Biden family. Who keeps texting me? Okay, here's F. The committee is releasing executive bank records. This should be Romania. Biden's receipt of money in company controlled by Gabriel Popovici, the subject of criminal probe and prosecution for corruption in Romania. The then Vice President Biden delivered speeches and met with Romanian leaders in 2014 and 2015 regarding corruption in the country. The committee is concerned about Biden's family's pattern of courting businesses in regions of the world in which then Vice President had an outsized role in influencing U.S. policy.
Robert Walker, James Gilliar, and the Biden family's payment system. Robert Walker and James Gilliar
are recurring individuals as transactions described in the second bank records memorandum. Their corporate entities, Robinson Walker LLC and European Energy and Infrastructure Group, EEIG, respectively, are also referenced throughout. Rob Walker established Robinson Walker LLC, a limited liability company in Delaware in 2008. As previously discussed in the committee's first bank memorandums and in detail below, through 2015-2017, Biden family members and their companies received over $2 million in payouts through this account. As explained in the first banking records, as explained in the first banking records memorandum, Robinson Walker LLC is a vehicle used to receive foreign funds and send a percentage of the money to Biden family members. For example, the first bank records memorandum explained how Robinson Walker LLC received $3 million from State Energy HK Limited, State Energy HK, a Chinese company, in March of 2017. Over the course of approximately 3 months, Robinson Walker transferred approximately 1/3 of that $3 million payment to Biden family members. Another third went to EEIG. In 2017, James Gilliar was the president and managing partner of EEIG. EEIG routinely partnered with Hunter Biden and Rob Walker in international business deals. Below is an example of an EEIG business proposal. Hunter Biden. HB was a key relationship setup, messaging the goodwill around the chairman and the non-conflict status of CEFC entry, a bridge between two great nations. Writing to all parties and organization meetings to continue CEFC promote, as well as approving a step-by-step strategic and operational elements. James Gilliar and his team, head of the International Day-to-Day Operation, Geographic Location Assessment and Targeting Operation and Planning, Partner Selection, Liaison and Confidant of HB and Partners, Planning in Oman with DH and CEFC, DZ and his team. Assurance note. Important future relations should be managed by David Holtman, who has detailed relationship network from 2008, trusted by UK, US, JG, HB, DZ. Once we had established the original agreed geography with the director, we began to plan and initiate the strategic entry that would secure a preferred unobstructed entry to the market, led by JG, aligned through UK connections for personal relationship entry to Sultan Q. Then support from U.S., HB's family and friends, Davos, to qualify and endorse the chairman, DZ, and the company, and solicit a special mandate to establish offshore CEFC vehicle that is uniquely sanctioned by His Highness to omit the required local partner element, work undertaken by DH. This is, as we believe, only the second company of such stature in the Sultanate after Babcock, the UK-based defense company.
In addition to Biden, Walker, and Gilliar, there were additional recipients of foreign payments that include James Biden, Haley Biden, and other Bidens. For instance, the first bank records memorandum showed Haley Biden's receipts of $25,000 from Robinson Walker LLC, and after it received $3 million from State Energy HK. Regarding the payments to Haley Biden, several Democrats and their allies responded that this development had no context, and Robinson Walker LLC had previously sent money to her before. Robinson Walker LLC received the wire from State Energy HK. Additionally, committee Democrats claimed that information the committee released about Haley Biden was incorrect. Mr. Walker had transferred money to her the month before any funds were received from the Chinese company. The committee's memorandum said that Ms. Biden received the money about 3 weeks after the Chinese firm had received funds from Mr. Walker or to Mr. Walker. These statements are misleading. Haley Biden received 2 transfers of money from Robinson Walker LLC. Its first is bank records memorandum. In its first bank records memorandum, the committee explained the source of the funds. The second payment to Haley Biden, the Chinese company State Energy HK. The second bank records memorandum will describe the source of the funds related to the first payment. Prior to the wire, State Energy HK, Rob Walker, James Gilliar, Hunter Biden, and Haley Biden received payments from a Romanian source, and many of the payments were made while Joe Biden was vice president and working directly on the United States official policy in Romania. On May 21st, 2014, then Vice President visited Romania and delivered a speech addressed to the Romanian Prime Minister, judges, prosecutors, and leaders of the parliament. During his speech, President Biden stated the following: corruption is a cancer that eats away at a citizen's faith in democracy, diminishes the instinct for innovation and creativity, already tight national budgets crowding out important national investments. It wastes the talent of entire generations. It scares away investments and jobs, and most importantly, it denies the people their dignity. It saps the collective strength and resolve of a nation. Corruption is just another form of tyranny. The committee strongly agrees that corruption poses a national security risk. At the time of Vice President's speech, one of the most high-profile corruption prosecutions in Romania revolved around Gabriel Popovici. Romanian prosecutors charged and convicted Mr. Popovici with a bribery-related offense, and there has been subsequent litigation in the United Kingdom related to this matter. On September 28, 2015, Vice President Biden welcomed Romanian President Klaus Iohannis to the White House. A readout of the meeting stated the Vice President welcomed President Iohannis, focus on anti-corruption efforts, rule of law, blah, blah, blah. Within 5 weeks of this meeting, Bladen Enterprises Limited, Bladen Enterprises, began making deposits into Robinson Walker LLC bank account.
Thebucker just gifted 1 sub.
Thank you. Bladen Enterprises reported to Gabriel Popovici's Psi Patriot Company that he used to conduct business in Romania. Bladen Enterprises paid Robinson over $3 million. Biden family accounts received approximately $1.038 million from Robinson Walker. 16 of the 17 payments from Bladen Enterprises to Robinson Walker were made while Joe Biden was vice president. The recipients include EEIG, Hunter Biden, Haley Biden, Awaska PC, RSTP2, LLC, and an unknown Biden bank account. Bladen Enterprise deposit was made into Robinson Walker bank account. I mean, there's a lot of stuff here. They're going to have to prove. They're going to have to prove more than this. This all looks bad, or this all looks like it could be really, 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 really bad. But it could have some type of logical explanation. Probably not, but it could, or at least a passable explanation. That people will be like, oh, well, that kind of makes sense, and we can't prove otherwise. And it seems like worst case scenario, they're looking to push legislation that immediate family has to release if they've had dealings with foreign entities, I guess. Say filters within the last, let's do it by upload date. Here you go. I got to go change the clothes in the dryer. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Mr. Deeks. Next up, Ms. Mace. Thank you, Chairman Comer, for your leadership. In less than 100 days of subpoena power, this has been one of the most in-depth investigations the House Oversight Committee has ever had in recent history. And I would hope that the media here today would put as much attention and interest and focus on this as they have a former president. For years, the left has said, no one is above the law. Well, put your money where your mouth is and prove that, because the American people do not trust the federal government. They don't trust Congress. They don't even trust current presidents because of the kind of possible and alleged corruption that we see at every level of government, and no one is ever held to account. I try to call the balls and strikes regardless of whether or not you have an R or D by your name. I've been accused, all of us have been, over this particular issue that we're conspiracy theorists. We're not. What we're proving to you today is showing you actual bank records, actual evidence of shell companies and businesses. There are more businesses and more Bidens involved than we knew of. You have to issue more subpoenas because every time we turn over a rock, there's more information, there's more possible corruption, there's more possible allegations that need to be investigated. This is what we know today. Money flowed from the Chinese Communist Party, aligned with individuals into American shell companies, and then that money was wired and transferred to Biden family members. This could be the most corrupt scheme in American politics, where a sitting vice president, where we saw members of his family, 9 members so far, there may be more, that were enriched from countries all over the world. And we're providing more information about Romania today. We know about China. We know that the president denied this during an election in 2020, continues to deny it to this day. And we want everyone held accountable if they have violated their oath of office. We shouldn't have folks that are in office that are betraying their oath of office. We shouldn't have people in office that are betraying their country. If they're paying loads of cash to their family members from adversaries of ours around the world, it's wrong, whether you have a Republican or a Democrat by your name. And we saw evidence of intentionally taking steps to hide the sources of money coming directly from China through a series of financial gymnastics. Joe Biden's political career was winding down at the time, and this was one of the Biden family's last chances to cash in on the name. We have evidence of Chairman Yi Jinping, who is believed to be affiliated with Chinese Communist Party intelligence organizations and has even been accused of gathering intel for Communist China. Yi started CEFC in China. His agent in America, Gong Wendong, which Andy Biggs mentioned earlier, formed CEFC Infrastructure Investment US on May 11th, 2017. On May 18th of 2017, Dong used one of his Chinese companies, Shanghuaxin, to fund CEFC infrastructure in an attempt to hide the source of the money. And you see this pattern repeated over and over and over again. On June 30th, 2017, Shanghai Huaxin sent $10 million from China to CEFC infrastructure. Then on August 4th, 2017, CEFC infrastructure wired $100,000 directly to Hunter Biden's own corporation, Owasco PC. Hunter's Owasco also received $500,000 from another entity affiliated with Yi.
I'm here. I forgot to say anything.
State Energy HK appears to be part of Yi's personal slush fund.
I was just drying my eyes, bra.
And launder money. The Chinese Communist Party affiliated entities may have bought influence with the Bidens that they couldn't get otherwise, and obviously for good reason. These alleged layering schemes are repetitive. They knew what they were doing, they knew how to do it, and they did it multiple times all over the world. If it looks complicated and sounds complicated, it was intentionally made to be complicated so you could not follow the money. And what we're trying to do today is show you how to follow the money. The Committee of Oversight, we need to pursue the Chinese relationship with the Serbian politician Vuk Jeremic, who first attempted to introduce Yi to the Bidens in 2015. From August 2015 to June of 2016, State Energy HK paid Jeremic's company $3 million. When Jeremic ran for UN Security General, who did he turn to? It appears he turned to Hunter Biden. On June 16, 2016, Jeremic wrote to Hunter asking if he could meet with the Vice President's National Security Advisor, Colin Kahl, related to the elections for UN Security General. The meeting appears to have happened because on July 2nd, 2016, Jeremic informed Hunter that my meeting, quote, with Colin did not last very long, but it didn't go too bad, I think. What is suboptimal is that the Office of the Vice President seems to be outside the decision-making loop on the UN Security General elections issue. These people didn't come to Hunter Biden because he understood world politics or that he was experienced in it or that he understood Chinese businesses.
Yeah, you could call it a shell game, but somebody has to prove it's a shell game. If I have a company, hold on. Let me grab paint. Again, we're just letting somebody define it as what it is. I'm not bringing home a gallon of chocolate milk. You're on my nerves. Damn it, move. Okay, there it is. All right, so if I have a general contractor company, okay, and let's say that I win a Chinese contract, okay? I win a Chinese contract for whatever reason. It doesn't matter what it is, for consultation. And we have China, and they take $3 million and send it to me, okay? So now I have $3 million. $3 million, okay? Now, out of this $3 million, I've budgeted $1 million profit, $1 million for labor or whatever I need. No, let's say I'm not going to have materials, so let's say $2 million for labor, okay? So I retain this $1 million, and let's say that the labor or the people that I need or the people that are going to do the next part of this project go down to subcontractors. So I sub this out, and I send $1 million here and $1 million here. As long as I'm keeping records of this, nothing's illegal. And then let's say from that, this is your company. So you budgeted $500K in profit. We're just keeping it 50-50. $500K in profit and $500K for whatever services you need to provide on your end. And let's say that $500K, you need 10 people to help you. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And they all get $50K. So this would be a general contractor, a subcontractor, and these would be label forces. And then let's say that this company that has to handle one aspect of it, fucking writing out the contracts, they need 3 paralegals. And then this company right here needs 2 people to consult on it. And this company here has to hire 1 expert witness. And this company here has to hire some geopolitical fucking scientists. And this company here, you wouldn't call that a shell game. You'd just be like, oh. So if they have a legitimate reason for it, it's not a shell game. If they don't have a legitimate reason for it, it would be a shell game, because that's what shell game implies. No legitimate reason to move the money around. You could legit have like if you own a business, you could legit have a reason for this. I'm sure a lot of my shit would look sketchy. Like I used to go bid on general contract projects. Like I did concrete a lot, retaining walls a lot. I don't even know how to do that. Like I don't even know how to build a retaining wall. But I had a contractor who did, and I knew what the rates were depending on how long and how tall. And I found the work because he was always busy with his 4 guys he worked with. And I would fucking always estimate whatever he got and my profit. Now, I wasn't trying to play a shell game with the money. I had to pay that money out. So if there's a legitimate reason for it, it's not a shell game. It's only a shell game if there's an illegitimate reason for it.
They wanted him for the access his last name gave them. Access to the Chinese Communist Party they couldn't otherwise get. In March of 2017, the same Chinese company that sent $3 million to Vuk Jeremic sent $3 million to one of Biden's associates, who siphoned off 30%. As Annie Biggs mentioned, we see that repeated over and over again. Siphoned off 30% or $1 million to Hunter Biden, James Biden, Hallie Biden, why she would need that, and an unknown Biden bank account. The committee has written to Vuk Jeremic and Rob Walker, but they have both refused to cooperate with the Oversight Committee. The Biden family needs to answer for this, and the DOJ needs to get off its ass and investigate. We've done the work for them so they can't screw it up now.
A shell corporation is one with no active business operations or any assets. So if they had a legitimate reason for it, I'm sure it has business operations. So that wouldn't be a shell game. It wouldn't involve a shell company. A shell corporation has no active business operations or assets. It's only there to disperse money and hide it.
If these allegations, any of these allegations are proven true, then someone with the last name Biden needs to be charged, prosecuted, and maybe spend a little time in prison to take to account and responsible for the actions they've taken today. Also, as mentioned by the chairman, I want to thank you. The legislative priorities we have of our committee, this is not a witch hunt. This is not a conspiracy theory. If they're anti-crime,
The reason it's so hard to identify shell corporations legally to like prosecute them is because you can't just look up the companies. A consultation company may have no assets, but they have a legitimate business operation. A development company may have a general contractor who bids every job may have no assets, but they have a legitimate business operation. The reason the FBI just doesn't look up companies all day and say shell corporation prosecute is because it's incredibly hard to do that by looking them up.
corruption laws that need to be made stronger, we will also do that. And I appreciate your time today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, Representative Armstrong.
I mean, they're just gonna have to prove more. I'm not saying that he's innocent. I'm saying, well, first of all, it doesn't seem like they're going after Biden. It seems like they want legislation passed that says that immediate families have to identify if they've had any money, and they want some type of retraction because they're saying his son did receive, or his immediate family did receive funds from China, and he claimed that Trump was the only person that was doing that. But they have to have, there has to be something. Like, if these companies didn't keep any records, you can basically call it a fucking scandal. Like, they were trying initially to hide it, but they've got records of contracts and stuff they signed, and they were bid out, and it was for at least a legitimate looking purpose. It'd be very hard to disprove that they weren't. Oh my God. Did you see that? That doesn't even look real. Let's say a prosthetic. It's not going to show it. It's going to restart, I bet. Oh, yeah. That doesn't even look real. Hold on. When he looks sideways, I don't think it's real. Hold on. Is that real, or is that a prosthetic right there? See how it doesn't blend in good with his nose? It looks like it's made out of a prosthetic. Damn it. Fooled again. Fooled again. Oh, you'll have that on those big jobs. Let's check out TikTok while we're here. I'm done ranting, I guess. Oh, I don't know why I just searched TikTok on TikTok. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Those were bull testicles. I just saw them. Just saw them as I went by. PG's greatest clips. Oh no, somebody went through with a highlighter.
Somebody highlighted them all. Look out.
There's no necessary conflict between evolution.
I'm not arguing that people don't do this. I'm saying from this report we see right now, and Googling the name of the companies, and looking at we just saw, we can't prove that. You cannot prove that. So when you say something like shell game, as if they're hiding money, if you can't prove that, that's a word that you're adding to it. Does it happen all the time? Yes. Have they probably done it? Yes. Is this probably going to end up being that? Yes. But you can't prove that.
And theism. Because evolution. Have you ever seen a stop sign sanded to 10,000 grit and polished out?
Holy fuck.
But we did do it to 7,000. And then we burned it to death. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So we went to the heavy equipment.
What's wrong with paper bags, huh? I have a question for all the big box stores out here and all the local townships that are banning single-use plastic, all right? I'm fine with banning the plastic bags.
Thank you, guys. We're at 19 and 11 out of 15.
Why is every big
we'll keep going. I got to get some more phones or tablets or something.
local Wawa? Why are you all pretending like you don't know what paper bags are? You can't use cheap, shitty plastic bags that flap in the wind as some auteur filmographer films it, saying, oh, isn't this the story of the American experience? You can't use those plastic bags anymore. But you're all gonna pretend now that paper bags don't exist? Instead, you're gonna offer me the shittiest reusable bag I've ever seen for $1.50. I'm tired. Listen, I didn't know you banned bags this week. Now I gotta carry all these items with me. I carry them in my hand.
I'm not a fan of stores that you have to bring your own. I know there's stores that exist, but I'm not a fan of stores. I think he's from Philadelphia. He talks about it all the time. He's actually a Democrat, but he's a comedian and like a political commentator, I guess.
You got a guy standing by the door. Did you pay for that? Yeah, I paid for that. Usually it'd be inside of a fucking bag, but the local township decided.
He's outside of Philly. I shouldn't say he's from Philly.
So we got rid of the single-use bags, which I agree with, but then you fuckers who had time to prepare to buy thousands of reusable bags with your branding and marketing all over them decided, no, are we going to get very cheap recyclable paper bags that everyone used all throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s? No, you decided, let's upsell. We're not going to give out paper. We're not going to give out plastic. We're going to give out some weird material that is apparently reusable, but you wouldn't trust putting a 2 liter of soda, which is held in plastic in. What's wrong with paper bags, huh?
He's pretty funny.
Flipper itself, if you're going to go online and buy one of these and expect to be able to do everything that I'm talking about, you need to have custom firmware that allows you to do that. And
these flippers have blown up. These fucking flippers have blown up on TikTok. People showing and using them for silly things, but they're kind of gimmicky. Like you still have to know a lot. You still have to. It's not like you just buy it and it's out of the box ready to go. You still have to program different things. You'll need custom ROMs and firmware. You'll need some type of extension sometimes for like it receives and transmits on certain bands, but not all bands. Like this is thing you see on popping door locks with recording like a key signal, like a key fob signal, and popping car doors or garage doors or whatever. But they've blown up on TikTok as just you just buy it and you can hack anything.
you need to know how to modify it. So don't go out spending $180 on this device thinking you're going to hack somebody's car or steal their credit card, because that's not going to happen. You know, all the radio things I just told you about, the RFID stuff, the NFC, which is the credit cards and more, infrared, which is TVs, projectors, and many other devices, GPIO, which is just anything that connects to the outside of this device so I can make devices work and this be the controller for it, iButton, which is a form of authentication that uses these things, these little metal prongs as a key, bad USB, which emulates a keyboard, types like a couple thousand words a minute. Flipper itself, if you're going to go online and buy.
Hey guys, I'm in the Florida Everglades.
There's one.
With this huge American crocodile. Hey guys, I'm in the Florida Everglades and I'm face to face.
Swamp puppy.
Huge American crocodile. I called her over. She's coming to say hi. She is huge. She's missing part of her bottom jaw. It's amazing how resilient they are. Later, I called up this male crocodile. You won't believe what happened next. This smaller male crocodile.
Yeah, it does. It does different radio frequencies, NFC, RFID. It does a bunch of things. USB capability.
Display with the.
But the problem is, like, you have to know the people who know how to do that already have maybe 2 or 3 devices that do all that stuff better than an all-in-one. It's more like marketed just as a trend. Like literally the videos they show, they're like, oh my God, let's prank him, or acting like they're still in the car, and they'll record it and do it. But like, there's knowledge that goes with that too. The hardware is not just going to make you be able to do it.
He definitely has a fetish for plus-size women. She's almost 3 times his size. As far as I know, this is incredibly rare, and I've never seen American crocodile mating behavior on film before. This little fella's trying his hardest to get her.
Looks good.
Doesn't seem interested at all.
I like it.
Maybe put on some size and try again next year, little fella. I thought they were a great couple. Now I'm on green amoebas. And bingo, I got them. They're 2 male green amoebas, and they're my new pets. They call them jungle runners for a reason. They're incredibly fast. This is the first time I've seen a wild macaw in Miami. I wish it would just fly onto my shoulder so I could take it home. On this little mud turtle crossing the...
Florida's slowly turning into a jungle.
This brown water snake took a dump on me. Hey guys, I'm in the Florida...
So, I run a service truck, work on heavy equipment.
Okay.
I found this thing. It's actually really intended for bass fishing. To go on like the pedestal of your seat. It's got some Velcro.
Is it a magnet?
On the back side, it's magnets. It's called Magnalure. You can get them on Amazon, a few different places, I think. But it's basically just a magnet pad. And I was kind of skeptical of when I first got it. You see, this is vertical. This is the side of my truck. You can throw it on something. Like I said, it was made for lures. Until I found out, here's some snap-on pliers.
They're probably $300.
I mean, they're not light. Throw it on there. Wrenches.
That is pretty cool. That'd be handy. A lot of places. Is Tennessee next? Not as a jungle. It's not. It gets too cold.
Nuts and bolts and such. But the other day, I left it.
Are they endangered? I don't know.
Those pliers, these wrenches, and I had a 1-inch ratchet right there on the back of my truck, and I drove an hour and 5 minutes. I forgot it. I was in a hurry. Drove an hour and 5 minutes, and this thing hung on for dear life.
That's pretty cool.
Soldier preparing for the.
What happens to school shooters in prison? I get this question asked a lot.
Uh-oh.
Now, I seen 3 during my
knobs in my truck.
I knew one personally. One I knew personally.
I like the magnetic holsters they put below a dash. Those are pretty cool.
In the county that I grew up in. Basically got into an argument with a teacher, came back with a gun and blasted him and killed the teacher. When I met him, we were both on the 12th floor in gun club, charged as adults, facing a lot of time. Luckily for me, I got sentenced as a juvenile, went through programs and youth offender boot camp, but he went to big boy prison. When I first met him, he was nothing to play with. He was about that action. He was stab, fight. He took shit from nobody. He was off the chain. You could tell he's been through a lot of traumatic experiences at a young age, and maybe that's what caused him to lash out. It doesn't make it right, but he was off the chain. Now, fast forward about 8 years, I'm in big boy prison, and I see him, and he grew into a man.
TikTok's basically made for prisoners. They get so much fucking content, go fucking viral all the time. There's one guy that's, his windows are like boarded up, but you can like open them, and then they've got like a yellowish cover. Well, that yellowish plastic cover over there is broke. So he's got birds nesting in behind the like parts you can open up, and he does just daily updates on the prison birds. And he's got millions of followers.
Took full responsibility.
Doesn't even speak.
Was seeking redemption, trying to educate a lot of these younger inmates in reading and writing and getting their GED. He found God, and he was trying to make the best out of a bad situation. So yeah, he had a lot of trials and tribulations along the way, but he did get a lot of respect for changing his life. Now that doesn't make it right, but having an argument with a man, a teacher, and killing him is a lot different than what these other 2 did. These other 2, I think this happened in Jacksonville, killed a bunch of people, and a few of them were like 8-year-old kids. God bless their soul. And they had no remorse. They thought they were gangster until they met the real gangsters.
Looks like his nose has been cut.
I did know he got turned out. I mean, as brutal as this sounds, he got turned into a boy. That's prison slang for saying basically he got raped and pushed.
Damn.
A homosexual when he didn't come into prison as.
Yeah, bug dude.
I mean, he was taken advantage of in all the wrong ways. The officers would spit in his food, poison his food. I mean, the man had it rough. And rape is horrible no matter how you look at it. But in prison, when you kill a kid, you get no remorse. People don't give you the benefit of the doubt. You're just pure evil. And evil finds evil and makes more evil. And that's exactly what happened to them. Later on, I seen him. He accepted the prison lifestyle. Tattoos everywhere, living that life, boyfriend and everything. But he would get tortured beyond means. I mean, he'd have to pay for protection. He had it rough. Leave our kids alone. What happens to school shooters in prison? I get
fish breathe in water to survive, so they have to.
They don't breathe water.
Keep water coming into
they
them.
filter dissolved oxygen in water.
Okay, so a flurfer is a flat earther, I think, a flurfer. And this guy is Planet Peterson. He argues with flat earthers all the time.
Fish breathe in water to survive, so they have to.
They don't breathe water.
Keep water coming into
they
them.
filter dissolved oxygen in water with their gills.
But it's water.
Yes, water is water. I agree.
Yes,
we have
so
our first true statement
they
from
have
you
to
today.
intake
Water is water.
to
Do they
survive.
breathe water? No. Do they filter dissolved oxygen out of water with their gills? Yes. Do some
With
fish?
water?
Also true. So the only thing you said that was correct is water is
air
water.
a liquid? Yes or no?
It's a fluid.
Air is a fluid.
Right. So not a
I
liquid.
just want to point out that you said that fish breathe water, and they don't do that.
They do.
Oh my goodness! No, they filter dissolved oxygen in water with their gills.
So why do they float when they die?
Why do fish? They don't always float.
That's once the gas.
That's from decomposition and gases.
Yeah, most fish, except for cartilaginous fishes, have
I
swim
have a
bladders.
question.
So it's
Only
not
dead
hard
fish
to
eat
imagine
the
that
bottom of the
dissolved
sea.
oxygen in their body would go into their swim bladder. Did you know that fish have a swim bladder?
You have a swim
No.
bladder.
Okay.
That mean a swim bladder. They pull water in. It's like a ballast tank.
All right, guys. So
Fish.
They pull water into sink or holds or whatever, or push water out to float.
So I have the C1R hitch light, the stage series from Diode Dynamics, and a lot of people are saying if you tow, it's going to be kind of a pain because you have to take it out and put it back in every time you want to use a hitch. Well, I got news for y'all. This video is 37 seconds long, and I could probably do this a lot quicker if I wasn't trying to film. But I'm not really seeing how it's that complicated just to take it out and put it back in when you need to tow something. Most of us don't tow every single day, so it's not a problem. I like it because when I hit the brake, it flashes the brake light, then goes solid, has a running light and reverse light.
David Allen Coe anywhere.
So this a little bit we're gonna do. We want to show that you are involved in a charity. So
Why is the audio so fucking drastically different on videos?
Sierra Leone with Ebola.
Okay.
Fantastico.
Yeah.
We put you in here. No one's gonna know it wasn't you.
Oh.
And then we green screen, and it looks beautiful, and it's great for the charity. Okay, see, look a little bit more to me now. Okay.
Making a charity event.
Okay. Yeah, I think because it's flopping down, this speed needs to go up. So we put someone in green screen, and then we put them back in. Okay. Great. More desire. Okay, I love it. Look at me now. Hell, all right, laugh. Okay, beautiful.
Is there a fucking problem? Let me explain something to you, Derek. I'm the number one.
Definitely the best tip I've ever fucking given. And I feel like people aren't listening.
Let's go. Let's hear it.
You gotta fucking try this shit.
How do I get Popeye arms? I need them.
Try this shit. I guarantee the results are insane. I want you to buy 2 dumbbells.
I want to be able to not wipe my own ass. I want to be so fucking heavy in the goddamn arm muscles that people volunteer to wipe my ass for me.
2 15-pound dumbbells. It's gonna cost you like fucking $20-30 a big deal. What you're gonna do is every night.
Everything's very loud. The audio's not the same. I can't tell.
Of skull crushers to the sides of the head, laying on the floor. All right, 100 reps straight, pumping, no squeezing, no pausing, no resting, just bam, bam.
Everything I've got's on a compressor, so I can't tell ever.
100 reps straight. Then you're gonna sit up on your knees, and you're gonna do hammer curls, 60 reps, non-stop, pumping, just like this. no rest, no squeeze, just pumping that shit. Then back to skull crushers, back to hammer curls, and then one more set, 3 sets in all, 100 reps skull crushers, 60 reps on the hammers, 3 sets non-stop, no rest. I guarantee you, you're gonna have a burn and a pump like you've never fucking felt in your life. Your arms are gonna be throbbing.
There you go.
The veins are gonna be busting through your skin. Then, no food, nothing, straight the fuck to bed. You got a girlfriend, you got a wife, no fucking sex. Fuck that shit, this is more important.
You don't have to worry about that with me, bro.
For this recipe,
No, don't do this.
start off with 7
This is an easy way to burn your fucking house down.
very, very hot oil.
Oh, no. That looks so bad.
You know what this reminds me of? You remember in Ghostbusters 2 when they found the pink shit in the
that terrified me.
station, and they put a little bit in the toaster, and then they would argue, and it would like feed off their rage. That's what this is. It's feeding off my rage right now.
And I'm also going to add some pepper to
It looks so dangerous.
I've gotten into the habit of making my eggs with pepper. It makes them so much tastier.
Yeah, you season your eggs like. Okay.
Eggs are continuing
Whatever.
to cook. They're starting to puff up a bit,
Oh, they're puffing, all right.
and they are ready. So
An egg pancake.
coat them a bit
Jesus
with some oil,
Christ.
and I'm gonna take them out. Make sure that you try and drain off.
I've been in Vegas for the last couple of days for a friend's bachelor party. I'm too tired for this bullshit right now.
To a bowl, and we're gonna make the rest of this recipe.
Okay.
I think you've probably noticed that this is a recipe with eggs.
No shit.
Okay, I'm gonna add 1 cup of breadcrumbs.
A cup of
I'm
breadcrumbs.
also gonna add half of an onion that's been chopped. But
Chopped
you
by
can add as
Stevie
much
Wonder,
onion as you
apparently.
like. You can add more or less.
What are they making?
Less, probably.
Okay, I'm also gonna add some melted butter.
Bro, what kind of butter is that?
Just like that.
And butter needs to drink some more water, if you know what I'm saying.
Mustard.
And I'm also gonna add
Zip pus.
scallions and herbs.
Oh, some
for more flavor.
herbs.
Okay, using a
Why did we fry it if we're going to chop it up like that?
incorporate
This is a
everything
fucking
well.
struggle.
I'm kind of using the spoon to cut up the eggs a little bit.
You're
but,
kinda
if you want
making some
smaller
total
pieces,
bullshit.
You can cut your eggs out.
It's one of those videos that just make it. It's just designed to make you watch it for a long time, maybe.
Every single step of this.
Meatballs.
Just don't do it. Just don't do it.
This is how you make meatballs?
So just be patient.
Or you could what? You can work faster.
Throw it in a Ninja.
Holy.
They just want the view time, I think. I don't even think it's going to be a recipe. Have you guys seen that black lady that goes, everybody's so creative? And she goes over horrible recipes.
Her grandmother was probably.
The recipe.
You know what? No, I'm not even going to say it. R.I.P. to that grandmother.
Everybody's so creative.
Okay, I'm now gonna add some more salt.
Every time I hear that, that's all I think about.
Pepper.
There's already salt and pepper in this recipe, so at this point, just add a little bit.
At this point,
Okay, I'm gonna take my spoon and I'm gonna mix everything again.
no. Where's
Just
like.
this until it's all nice and incorporated.
And then what?
And I am
A casserole?
beautiful, presentable dish.
Jesus Christ.
And now our recipe is ready. It looks so good.
That's it?
That's it?
Fuck off.
For this
I think that was just for the watch time.
Under $350.
The chicken coop.
Here's how. We already had some of these materials, but I will list them all with prices.
They use cattle panels and they just stretch them over. I think these are like probably 10 or 12 foot and they just stretch them over into an arc.
And remember, it's
You
all
can make a greenhouse like that too.
best to shop locally when you can.
Nah, fool, that female hates my guts, dude. But hey, ask her why did she pop my cherry, bro? Hey, what up, Chris? How much store credit can I get for a Nintendo game and a crystal, dog? Hey, how much is this, fool? My bad. I bet you my feet are more cleaner than your shoes, dog. Straight in, Hey. Hey, when you get a second, I need you to count these cans and bottles for me, dude. They're hella sticky, fo. Hey, y'all.
50 days from now, the United States dollar changes forever. That's right, in July. And just 3 weeks ago, the U.S. Federal Reserve started the process, the rollout of this new central bank digital U.S. dollar. The full rollout happens in July. So guess what? On July 4th, on Independence Day, we can celebrate losing our freedom. This is not hyperbole. Your freedom to use cash the way you want to is going to change forever. Just like what Europe did a few weeks ago, making it illegal to spend cash over $1,000 or 1,000 euros. You can't use 1,000 euros to pay cash. Maybe you want to get some trees removed in your yard and you want to pay the gardener to do that. You can't pay him in cash anymore.
I can't believe they pushed back the $600 limit, didn't they?
Can you imagine? Think that's fake news? Here are 5 ideas for time.
It was $600. It went from like so many $1,000s to $600. Like if you use Cash App or PayPal or whatever, has to be reported. That's D&D stuff.
Down here to work on Blueberry the go-kart, but we're having some problems. Our tires are flat as a doorknob. Lucky for us, Duramax also.
How the U.S. Forest Service repairs this.
Oh God.
You can see some damage on the heat.
Oh, with a file.
Jonathan here with Central Sound. I'm going to show you how to replace the ear pads on your Opus X.
Drift cars. Oh, that's a drone too, isn't it? I care less about the music, but that drone footage, I wish I knew somebody that fucking drifted or somewhere that they do it at. That'd be fun. The Mom and Son show. I think, didn't we make it all the way to the season finale already? You're talking about MILF Manor? I'll look in just a second.
It's designed to slide all the way to the right or the left side of the machine.
You need boom lube.
As far as slides on with Croyle, there's a huge difference on how easy it is to slide. I had never heard of Croyle until a cat mobile mechanic came out to my job to fix.
Croyle is what we use. It's called the oil that creeps. Croyle is what we use out on industrial jobs and turbines and shit like that. Like we use Croyle. And it's safe to burn up in a turbine. Like it will make smoke and shit. But it's safe for, damn it, FME. Foreign material exclusion or whatever.
Fix my skid steer. And
it's expensive though. It's like $7 or $8 a fucking can for a small can. Damn. As a Buddhist.
I felt like having a steak.
Snuck up on me.
I wanted to do a little experiment to see if I could make a breakfast fit for a king for the same price that I usually spend.
This is bullshit for out here making fucking burritos for breakfast. Yeah, let's look up MILF Manor while we're here.
This gadget lets you easily cook hot dogs on the barbecue without.
It's the girl that looks like Britney Spears, whoever she is. Is that Roxa? Is that her? Yeah, I think that's her. That's episode 8. I don't know how many there were in there. We watched episode 7, I think.
And you get so embarrassed and uncomfortable for the people that you're watching on.
We definitely saw this one.
Weed. Do y'all ever watch a reality television show and think this is fake as hell? I'm Roxanne Acree. Let's talk about MILF Manor episode 8.
It's so dramatic, I feel it.
Everyone has to text in the name of the person that they feel.
We saw this one too, but we'll watch it.
And if the person that you pick doesn't pick you back, you're
go home.
I'm texting Jose. I'm going with that. I still had that little hope that Jose will pick me.
I am falling for Jose.
Jose has got it. And by it, I mean an accent. For the big reveal, they had everyone line up across from each other, and it was giving.
I haven't drank, but like I drink maybe like one soda a day now. When I was I got to where I was about drinking only soda and like one water a day. I do feel better. It's been a few weeks now though, and I don't have nearly as much caffeine because I don't really drink coffee or energy drinks. So I have like sometimes when I'll drink like a soda through the day because I like a soft drink when I eat, especially certain things. Yeah, it's one soda will last me like all day, like 3 meals.
Dodgeball, which I honestly would have rather have watched.
Here we go.
You and Stephanie chose each other, so I get your approval. You have my approval. Do you approve?
I do.
This is so weird.
I needed to make a decision, but it wasn't easy. And it's still not easy.
Both Ryan #1 and Jimmy picked Paula, and she is.
I saw you kept buying Smart Water. I like Fiji water in the square bottles.
This is so hard.
This is so hot. Is that what he said or hard?
Awkward.
Ryan, I chose you.
Why is everyone crying?
You chose Ryan F.
You can't tell me that some 20-year-old boys who are trying to fuck a bunch of MILFs are out here crying because they didn't get picked.
as your match. But he did not choose you.
I didn't cry over a female till I was 32.
Arlene picked Ryan number 2, and Ryan number 2 picked...
Too many of them bitches out there.
That stings.
Maybe I'm a little pushy and a little intense for the guys.
He picked nobody.
Expect a home run, but I was hoping.
3 people picked Ryan. He picked nobody.
Trying to play ball.
Congratulations. You and April chose each other. I feel like it's alarming and I'm annoyed right now because I don't really want my mom dating a little kid.
This comment from Gabriel is hilarious because Joey's only 3 years younger than him.
Jose, Kelly, so young, and Shannon all chose you for their match. It's Kelly.
It's Kelly. Kelly.
Make the right choice in the back of my mind.
Not the mother-son boyfriend group hug. You know all of these hugs are prompted by producers. This is so awkward.
Mother-son boyfriend group hug. Same age.
Hit me with a truck. That really hurt me. Like, I didn't expect that at all.
Everybody is heartbroken, including Jose's mom.
I really cannot believe Jose chose Kelly, and I'm not happy with that. I don't see them together outside the villa.
Everyone else leaves. Now it's just the people who are coupled up, and surprise, they're bringing in mystery friends or family members.
Oh, I guess we didn't get to see the finale.
Awkward, and that they...
But I don't think she's done an update.
Did you see the way he looked?
There she is eating Cheetos. That was the last video she made, and we saw that a while back. Or at least I did. I saw that. When was that posted? On 4:30. Damn, she hasn't made a video in like... Which I guess she's on tour? That shows her on tour there. What date was that? What dates are those? Cameron Baldwin presents comedy at the Crack Brewery, April 28th. April 29th. I guess she's on tour, maybe. And that's why she hasn't done any videos. I wish somebody would... let's do MILF Manor season finale. Oh, I spelled it wrong. The ex-husband. Okay. Season finale of MILF Manor.
Joey.
They brought in extra family members.
I'm feeling a lot.
Surprise.
Looking beautiful. I mean, I'm nervous about April's response, but I'm also hopeful because I really got a feeling that she feels the same way. Dear April, the second I saw you, my eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. From our very first conversation, I started a bond with you and my mind was completely open. And
I think it's kind of hot.
You unlocked me. You proved to me that age is just a number on your driver's license.
That's right, baby.
You have truly changed my life forever. Without meeting you, I would never be able to see my true potential. Within myself, or as you would like to call me, an old soul.
That's right.
He's an old soul, guys. He's an old soul. That makes it better. He's just trapped in a young body.
How to show and receive love to the person you care about most. To sum things up, April, I'm so glad I met you, and I would love to continue dating you outside of the building.
Yeah. Oh my God, I just got sick all over you. I feel flattered that Joey would want to date me outside of the villa in the real world. That must mean that he really sees me for who I am, and it makes me realize that he really does care about me as a person. Dear Joey, even though you are only 20, you have it together. You said that you saw a light around me.
How old do you think she is?
That meant so much to me. I sincerely...
All the tears look fake as fuck.
Thank you, sweet Joey.
Damn, all over the board. I was going to say 60, but I don't know. I'm very bad at guessing age. Very bad.
And one more thing, Joey. As a 20-year-old man, I'm sure this will appeal to you. You are free, Joey. Free to be close to me and close to someone else. If, for example, you would like to see where things go with Emma and where they go from there, you have my blessing.
So it's an open relationship with Emma, too.
And Joey to just be friends. I feel like my mom's not really ready to be so romantic, especially with such a young man. If anything, I feel a little bad for Joey. I hope Joey doesn't take it too rough.
I'm a little hurt.
Cool tablet.
Down in her letter.
Yeah, you got to know which ones to fight with which colors.
But, you know, life goes on.
I kept reading it backwards when I first figured it out.
And I really do hope to find someone with a soul connection. It could be Emma. It could be someone 5 years down the road. I mean, I just never know. Oh, my God.
Well, these aren't the surprise family members. We didn't see that part.
I ended up at the season finale premiere.
Enough. Come on.
The ex-husband strikes back.
Wow.
So that's her ex-husband. This is the people that were surprised.
Is this guy actually serious? Like, am I being pranked right now? I thought it was like all a joke.
We're going on the plane. Coming home.
Oh, it's all scripted, but.
What are you trying to prove, bro? It's just rude, immature behavior.
That's crazy. Y'all are nuts. Y'all are nuts.
So ungentlemanlike. It's something that you just don't do.
Enough.
Like,
You couldn't with those weak little arms.
with your date, because I don't want to.
I mean, since day one, it's been, you know, like I said, our chemistry's really met, but...
That must be who showed up. That must be his girlfriend. Yeah. That's who she said, you're free to be with me. You're free to explore things with Emma or whatever. That's his girlfriend.
Here today with April, and I'm starting to wonder if April is the right one for me.
So you'll be down to know me?
Honestly, I'm kind of torn. As much as I love talking to April, I like talking to Emma too.
Emma.
I'd be down to get to know you way better, Emma.
Oh, I thought he said girlfriend.
What did I just get myself into?
Like, how?
And she says you're free to explore both those relationships.
It's so dramatic, I feel it.
Oh, the lady's daughter. Okay.
Hey.
MILF Manor. We already saw that one.
I have one more hard question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just, if I asked you to go on a date with me, would you?
Okay. No.
No?
No. Out of respect for your mom, no.
That's a good answer. Well, you never...
Somebody else's daughter.
There's been situations.
Really?
There has been one situation. Yeah.
Really? Like that? I think that's disrespectful.
Yeah.
For both of you.
I agree.
That's right. Little threesome action with your daughter. Why not? And a 20-year-old kid.
Believes that Kelly and I are...
It's all fake anyways. I mean, they got paid to do this. I don't even think, from what I've seen from the show, none of them really even hooked up. Like, it was just all talk and, like, drama, right?
Which makes me question as well if it's a match for me or not. Truth or dare?
Dare.
I dare you to give Joey a kiss.
I used to be really jealous when I was younger. And I see Joey sitting next to Emma, and I was feeling a little uncomfortable. But then I just remembered who I am.
A skeleton. A human skeleton. A walking skeleton.
I'm confident that we have something strong. Move, ladies. He's getting all the women tonight. Wow, it's like a whole scene.
I mean, they probably made a bunch of money off of it, and they'll get residuals every time it airs or whatever.
Me when I remember that there's a new episode of
MILF Manor on tonight. I don't know who would watch that.
Well,
I don't know who like genuinely enjoys it. It's so cringy to me, which I guess there's people that are out there for like cringe and shit. When that one lady got a massage from her son and she was making all those orgasmic noises, and he recognized his mom's voice in the moan she was making. Jesus Christ.
So I have some
Liberty and his island. It ain't Will's island. Hell no. So fucking Castaway Libert. Tastes like Will's dick.
$2,000 roll at gas station.
Getting those skirts off. You don't want to shoot this shit, bitch. This shit like you were doing with the other boys.
$2,000 roll at the gas station. They shooting dice.
How much we shoot? Shit, what you want to shoot? Huh? Man? What? How much you shoot? The dog, everything. Vehicle? What you want to shoot? What you got? Yeah. I keep a killer. Come on. I keep a killer. That's a killer. I keep a killer. That's a bullet. Red fun, gang dog. Nah, there ain't no fucking red fun. Hey, what you want to shoot? Shoot some. What you want to shoot? I need my mat. I ain't got my mat. I'm in my scraper tonight. Don't worry about it. Oh!
Let's see what happens here. I don't even understand how you play dice, to be honest with you.
Oh! Your car or on the ground? We get right here. Oh, okay. That's it. Come on. Let this shit in. Y'all run again. Yeah, it's hot. Yeah. Shoot 200 again with. Okay. Okay.
I don't think so.
Hold on. Let me get out. Hold on, let me get out. I'm gonna let you get down. I don't want no excuses. I'm gonna let you get down. How many catches you want? What? Okay, you can get it. 6. Okay. Let the 3. You get it. Good. 6. Damn. Yeah. Shoot 1,000. 2,000? Yeah. That's on me though. Let me shoot him. You said let you shoot him? Yeah. Bam. 100. 200. 200. Alright. You got 200. I bought him. That's at 200. Shoot 1,000, bitch, 200. Yeah, it's up. You gotta go catch me at the store laughing. What's wrong with me? I'm one of them. Alright, what Big Boogie be saying? What finesse 2 times be saying? 2 of them! No! I ain't fucking 200 straight. You wanna stab me in the club? Huh? You wanna stab me in the club? Put the key to the club down. Put the key to the club down. How much is that? It don't matter what that is. This mine. Count it up. This mine. Count it. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2 bands. It's 21, 22, 23. Shoot it. That's still on me. Shoot it. That's still on me. Ooh.
Damn. This has got to be like some type of setup. There's cameras going off everywhere. Or what is going on?
Hold on. I bet you my homeboy got some on it.
Hit you for that.
Bet 2.
2 on it.
I'm locked in. Alright, so here.
He's matching both their bets, but I don't know how you win.
So there you go, that Mr. Clean shit. You got me fucked up.
He rolled doubles.
Talking slur. Okay.
Rolled doubles twice.
Straight 8. Is it straight 8? High skate. Is it straight? Stupid ass boy.
And 6.
Stupid ass. Get my sheet. Hold on. Yeah, baby, man, I'm going home. Get my sheet. Hold on, get my sheet. Hold on now. Get my sheet. Shoot the dog. What you want for the dog? Nah, we're shoot the dog. Where the dog at?
Shoot the dog. What do you want for the dog?
There you go. Come here. Where the dog?
So he just made $22, $23, $2,500.
You want some money? 100. Shoot the dog for 100. Shoot it. Come on.
Shoot the dog for 100.
Shoot it.
The hell is going on?
Put the dog in my car.
Put 9.
Can't get no more puppies out of here.
Put the dog in my car. You busted ass Mustang.
And she happy to live.
Clearly this is a joke of some sort, but I don't even know how you win.
Another time. Appreciate it. I'm gonna get rid of that motherfucker, dog. I'm gonna make no type of pretty predator. That's a bullet. Yes. I'm gonna be missing red nose fox. No, sir. Y'all be good. Man, he done took my dog, man. I'm sick, bro. That's crazy. Man, you mean for my 5 and my dog. Y'all be smooth, guys. Can't even get no gas. Y'all be smooth. Let me get a dollar to get some gas. Y'all be smooth. Can't get a dollar.
Damn.
To the crush, she could barely touch the ground with her foot, so I reached for the video camera and thought this would be a good one to see what we could do to make her more comfortable. As you can see, the first thing I did was wash her foot off, because I know you guys like it clean. It doesn't actually make any difference to me though, because the grinder cleans it up with the first couple of swipes anyway. Now if you pay attention here to the noise the grinder makes, you'll hear a different sound to usual, and that lets me know.
Yeah, I can't watch those. Not now. I get hooked on them.
Let's grill a whole alligator. That's right. I ordered this whole skinned alligator from the Louisiana company. It came in frozen.
Is that a thing?
Let's prep it up. I'm going to start by brining it for 24 hours. So put that whole alligator in my Yeti cooler.
I'll do that.
Malcolm's How to Barbecue Rights marinade recipe here. It's a Cajun style brine. Put that in the cooler and let that sit with ice for 24 hours. The full ingredient list will be listed in the description, so check that below. After 24 hours, take it out of the brine, and the only prep that I'm doing here is I'm separating the meat from the bone on the tail to remove the fat, as this is what's going to give that alligator a more fishy taste. Again, shout out to Malcolm for the recipe on this and how to prep it. Do that on the top, flip the alligator over, and repeat on the bottom, as that bone that runs in the tail is in the shape of an X. For the seasoning, I'm using a mix of Hardcore Carnivore Camo and Hardcore Carnivore Red. Season the bottom side, making sure to get everything nicely coated. Flip it over and repeat on the top. Again, HC Camo and HC Red for maximum flavor. Once the alligator is fully seasoned on top and the bottom, I'm going to twist it and put it on the grate, and this whole thing is going to hit the Big Green Egg, the extra large, at 275 degrees indirect until the internal temperature is 165 degrees, and that's going to take about 4.5 hours or so. Towards the very end, we're going to do a little barbecue sauce glaze, going with a little Sweet Baby Ray's, give it some extra flavor, extra sweet.
Quite the presentation, huh?
So just coat the tail, coat the meat, spread that on, let that cook for about 10 more minutes, and this alligator is ready to go. And check it out.
Yes, is this what they do?
Unbelievable. And one of the best parts of making this the other day was having everybody over to check it out. My friends, my neighbors came down, and everybody absolutely loved it. So let's prep the meat. Once cooked and rested, the meat just pulls right out. Most of it is going to be in the tail, and it's white, clean meat. It's very similar to chicken texture-wise, and it just pulls right out. So pull
tastes like chicken, guys.
To the side, and let's see how this thing tastes. And I must say, it was delicious. Nice mild flavor, a little sweet. Not much different than chicken, but overall, really tasty.
The more responsibility you take on, the more...
Oh, God. I hate his voice. Sometimes he makes good points. I hate his voice. I hate his fucking voice.
This is part 7.
It's like high-pitched and the most responsibility we ever take on.
These
I hate it.
Favorite roast.
Sound like a monkey.
I want to help.
You wrote a book called We Are All Apes.
That's correct.
Oh, no. Jesse Lee Peterson.
All apes.
What is an ape?
Right. What is the ape?
Right. An ape is any member of the taxonomic superfamily Hominoidea.
Amazing. Have you ever seen a
Amazing.
Turn into
Amazing.
Seen an ape? Have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
Have I ever seen a dog turn into a dachshund?
No. Have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
Have I ever seen a car turn into a Corvette?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Have I ever seen a shark turn into a fish?
I didn't ask about any of those things. I asked, when have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
I'm trying to illustrate
Amazing.
the fallacy of your question.
How's that fallacy? You wrote that we're all ape. You must
And-
have.
and we are-
You
and that
must
book-
have at some point all these hundreds and
Right, the
thousands
proof
of
is in there.
years. At some
That
point,
book is-
you would
that book
have
is
seen
24
if
illustrated
an
pages long.
ape turned into a human.
So Jesse Lee Peterson is a hardcore right-wing guy, and he has the liberals on and sort of debates them.
You ever seen an
Amazing.
turn into a human being?
Once
A
again,
human being.
humans are apes in the same way that a duck is a bird. So if you ask me if I've ever seen a bird turn into a duck, That's kind of a stupid question. We're asking
because
you,
I didn't
ever
ask
seen a
that.
duck?
I didn't ask
Okay,
that. I asked
did you ask?
Ask. Have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
That is a nonsense question.
Why?
Because it's like asking for a place halfway between Los Angeles and California.
No, it's not. I didn't ask about that.
I know. Well, you don't know what you asked.
I do know. You wrote this book called We Are All Apes.
So the point he's trying to prove now is like when people say that we evolved from some sort of ape ancestor, they'll say, well, why are there still monkeys? Why are there still gorillas? You ever seen a gorilla turn into a human?
And it gives the proof in the book.
But if the guy's saying we are apes, you can't ask him, have you seen an ape turn into, he's saying we already are that. If I say, yeah, like he said, if I say, oh, that's a Toyota, and you say, have you ever seen a Toyota turn into a car, where a Toyota is a car?
Have you personally seen a human being, an ape turn into a human being?
It would be impossible for a human being to be anything other than an ape for the same reason that it is impossible for a dachshund to be anything but a dog. Have you ever seen a dog turn into a dachshund?
Why are you running from that question?
I'm not. I'm answering
you're
the
running.
question. I'm illustrating.
His stance is they're both the same. A human is a type of ape. So you can't ask him if you've ever seen one turn. They all are.
Oh, you're running.
You're running from that question. You wrote this book that we are
facing
apes.
you head on. Answering your question directly.
No, you're not.
Humans are a subset of the category of apes.
I didn't ask you that.
We start
I asked
out
you
apes.
how
We can't. So therefore, it makes no sense to ask how the parent category turns into the subcategory. It is exactly the same as asking if I've ever seen a bird turn into a duck. Do you understand why your question? Have you ever seen a bird turn into a duck? How about I ask?
That's right, Sally.
But that's the same question, isn't it?
You wrote the book saying we are. You tried to divert. You tried to deviate from the question. You wrote a book called "We Are All Apes." You wrote a book called "We Are."
Jesse Lee Peterson's wild, dude. Let's see if we can find some more of his content.
No. Do you regret not getting married, having children now that you're older?
Well, and I'm gay.
You're gay?
Yes.
You don't look gay.
In all shapes and sizes, brother.
So you're gay?
I'm gay.
I didn't know you were gay.
Yeah, well, I just told you.
How did you become gay?
One doesn't become gay. One is born that way.
Does God know you're gay?
I believe so.
Did he make you that way?
That's my opinion.
You think that God made you gay?
I have no, I don't know I'm not going to be presumed to plumb the depths of the Most High, but yes, I've been gay as long as I can remember.
And so, have you been with men?
Of course. Yes.
Sexually.
Mind blowing.
This is no.
Amazing. Amazing.
You black. How come you don't believe white privilege exists? What you see?
Well, because I am black in color, but I don't have that dark mentality that most black people have.
Clearly.
I see, she said clearly, I see that white people have the same struggles and things that we have in that.
What type of
they have
struggles
to
do they
make
have?
their marriages work. They have to make their children, help their kids grow up in the right way so that they can earn a living and be independent.
But they also have the majority of their
make
fathers
kids,
at home.
Right,
You don't
and the
have-
reason for that is...
I'm an asshole.
Now, but the reason for that is because they are taking responsibility for that, whereas black men and women are not taking responsibility for that, as they did prior to the Civil Rights Movement.
Amazing.
How old are you?
68.
So are you going to be like gay all your life, or with this?
Part two.
You know the answer to that as well as I do.
But most,
Are you going to be black all your life, or is it going to pass?
but being gay and being black is different. It's like
No, it's not, my brother.
black is a skin color, but gay is like a lifestyle.
Is that what you believe?
Yeah, you can overcome it.
No, I'm afraid that's wrong.
So why
So
would
we're
God?
not here to talk about sacred resistance. We're going to talk about homosexuality.
I'm just stunned that you're gay. I didn't know that. I didn't read it. One last question.
I'm just stunned.
Why would God make lesbians and gay men? Why? What was the purpose of that?
Why did God make zebras?
But how about lesbians?
What was the purpose of that?
To multiply.
To multiply to make more
Have
zebras?
sex and make more
Why
zebras.
do we need more zebras?
To keep the earth clean and do what zebras do. But you don't know why God made...
I don't know why God made zebras. I don't know why God made you or why God made me.
Amazing.
If you say... you're probably being a little presumptuous.
No, he made human beings to create love.
And he probably made zebras so that's why he made gay people.
Amazing. I had no idea. How old are you?
Amazing.
So
I'm my
He's a trip, dude.
strong black woman.
So, after a very brief but very...
I'm not a socialist myself. I'm a social just to be clear. I'm not
Okay.
I don't know that many actual
David Pacman with him.
Where's the big desire for the US to become socialist?
If you look at the Democratic Party,
There's almost no socialists in the Democratic Party.
It's a socialist communist party now. It's
What's
so far
one
left.
what's one socialist idea from the Democratic Party?
Socialized healthcare.
No, that's a social democracy program.
No.
Yeah.
And
Is
if
Denmark
you notice,
socialist?
And if you notice that Barack Obama, the fallen Messiah, you know he's the fallen
Messiah.
I don't know anything.
Big Mama Michelle. He tried to turn America into a socialist society.
What's one example of a socialist policy that he had?
Socialized healthcare.
He didn't do that. He did for-profit Obamacare.
Taking care of everybody.
How so?
By getting rid of jobs.
Obamacare's for profit, technically.
By getting rid of
full-time jobs, and they had to work 2 parts.
What's going to happen if TikTok is no longer available? I guess people will use other apps.
Working and just went and depends.
Amazing.
On the government. Free Obama phones.
That's socialism.
Is that socialism?
So how can you?
Is
So
free
hold on a
Obama
second.
phone socialism?
I want to ask a real question.
I'm asking you a real question.
Obama phones are not social.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be tablet. So you can't see it because it happens so slow, right? But yeah, it's constantly happening. Like everybody is, right? They've even found like there are certain humans that have leftover traits from a former time, and there are certain humans that don't. Some of it is like I'm trying to think of one that we talked about before. And scientists like try to fathom why we might have had this evolutionary trait and what we might have used it for. So yeah, it's supposedly still going on, but we're talking about millions and millions and millions of years. Supposedly.
Socialism. No, I'll answer your question. Let me ask you I really want to know this. The arguments against places like Venezuela and Cuba and other so-called socialist countries are that no one has anything, no one can afford anything, there's no technology, there's no food. But you're saying that cell phones for people are socialism?
Yes.
That's your argument?
Yes.
All right. I'm not a socialist myself. I'm a just to be clear, I'm not advocating for socialism.
Okay.
I would refer to myself as a slut.
The same way that like we can kind of prove that continental drift happened, so Pangea was a thing, right? But no one's ever seen the continents move, short of like a crazy seismic activity, right? And similar species will develop different traits if they live in different parts of the world. Some of those have been cataloged, but like we can tell by plant systems and animals that the continents used to be basically touching or at least extremely close to each other, but we don't actually see the continents drift.
Like, well, if going out on a date with a guy makes me a slut, then that's just what I'm gonna be.
I don't think going out on a date makes you a slut, but having sex with different men makes you a slut.
Well, what does it make?
Oh no.
You have sex with different women.
A slut maker.
Amazing.
Isn't that amazing? Okay, right now we're on the corner of Hill and 6th Street in downtown Los Angeles talking to the sluts. It is Slut Day. What's your name?
Hey,
This dude's wild.
Do your parents know that you support sluts?
Yeah.
And how do you feel about that?
I'm grown.
That what they would tell you?
No.
Oh, what would they say?
I don't know.
A safe space for women to do what they want, dress how they want to, and I think that's so important, so that's why I'm here.
Are you a slut?
Yes, I am a slut.
What it means to be a slut?
It means like, you're sexually liberated and you feel sexually liberated and you do what you want without feeling ashamed. It's more about yourself, and if guys don't respect you, that's a guy problem. That's not your problem.
He's like a physical troll. A lot of people have described him like that.
Would you prefer a straight man or a gay man?
I don't prefer men. So
Oh, you like women?
I like different types of people. So
You mess around with women though?
yes.
You a lesbian?
Yes, I identify as queer woman.
You a lesbian?
Yeah, you didn't. How did you not get this from your research? I do queer indigenous theory. That's my other
But
thing.
I didn't know you were a lesbian.
Well, I identify as being queer.
But you don't look like a lesbian.
Blown away.
What are we
No
supposed
wonder you
to
don't
look
want to
like?
have a baby.
Yeah, again, it's people that take it to okay, women for a long time have fought for sexual liberation, right? So like if a guy can have 10 partners and no one bats an eye, then a woman should be able to have 10 partners and no one bats an eye, and that's equals equal. But people at the extreme end of that are like, you're never allowed to say anything. If I want to have 3,000 partners, no one can ever say this. If I don't want to use protection and use abortion as a shield, no one can say anything. It's people at the extremes of the arguments are wild, man.
I have more options.
You are a lesbian.
Let's go march about it.
I mean, yeah, you could. I mean, identify as queer, but
A queer lesbian.
well, I mean, yeah, lesbian
I'm
has its
stunned
own.
that you're a lesbian.
So I don't live in the suburbs, or
But why you look so feminine if you're a lesbian?
because that's the way I choose to, to be in the world.
To be feminine.
To
like
be
a lady.
feminine. To be, yeah.
And so
He wants her to be like a butchie.
It depends on the person. Yeah.
I might get canceled for that. I don't even know if that's allowed.
It really depends on who it is. So
wow. Would you prefer? Do you date?
I do.
Do you find that it's difficult for young men of your age group, to find good women to date?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
The women that you date and have dated, are they controlling?
Now, I do date women exclusively, but how did you know that I date women? It's possible
I wanted to start a gutter cleaning business called Gutter Sluts.
Men or both, right?
Well, that is possible, but I wouldn't assume that about you.
You didn't assume that, then? Okay.
Yeah, unless you tell me.
No.
Do you date men too?
Exclusively women.
Oh.
Would it be a bad thing for our conversation if I dated men?
Well, it wouldn't be bad for our conversation. It would be interesting.
Okay.
Why don't?
It was gonna say, Gutter Sluts, we'll clean your downspout. Don't worry, we always pull out.
Why don't you date men?
I'm not attracted to men.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I don't see anything wrong with it, but I know you do.
You do not see anything wrong with it?
With being attracted to men?
Why not?
Why would it be wrong?
Because it's of the same sex, so it's abnormal.
But that's not an argument.
Do you date?
I do.
Do you find
IUD in a copper IUD is
Oh, he was on Dr. Phil too.
Have you ever walked
Very
in a grocery
effective.
store and seen a lady with a bonnet on her head with 8 kids walking behind her? You think that she's being responsible? You think that she's really taking into consideration what she's supposed to do responsibly? You think that she's not on Section 8 housing? You don't think that we pay?
Do it. Franchise it. That's right.
Who's probably going to grow up and steal my wheels off my car?
I disagree with all this crap that I hear. I grew up with 6 brothers and 7 sisters at a time when, I grew up on a plantation in Alabama, and we grew up in a little hut house, bathroom outside. And my family raised an amazing family, children. But what the difference was then than it is now is that before you had babies, you got married. So you have the father and the mother in the home. And while the father was out earning a living, the mother was watching over his children. And so you were able to raise decent children. We didn't have government in our lives at the time. And so we were able to do that. And in America, we were not allowed all these illegal aliens and refugees to come into our country. So our government were not taking care of folks from other parts of the world and the families in America. We took care of ourselves.
I think you've pretty much pissed off everybody. But you said there's not anything you've heard that you don't think is crap. So what do you think? You said what you don't think. What do you think?
I know that we need to restore the family. We need a smaller government because government don't make anything work. They screw you up. We need to stop taking care of women who are having these babies out of wedlock.
Correct.
We need to stop taking care of these women who are coming from other countries. We need to stop taking care of their babies. We need to take care of American families first by getting them away from the government and restoring order.
Okay, you're a pastor, right?
Yes.
And you're a radio host?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you believe white people should...
He's a pastor, too. That'd be an awesome church.
White babies. And I tremble at the idea that white babies, that the white group is going down in numbers, because if you lose white folks, America, it's over for America. Because if you notice, white people tend to be more innovative. They're more creative. They have ideas about things. All these other races don't do nothing but destroy. They don't build. They destroy.
Oh, no.
I said you'd piss off
Oh, no.
Now you've pissed off everybody.
IUD and a copper IUD is effective for 10 years. It's
You wrote a book called We...
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Where's your proof?
We're back at it.
Would you consider yourself progressive?
I want to see progress. So in that sense, but by the dictionary definition, I guess so.
I think, you know how... Hold on. You know how it used to be like cliche to say, like all these people are like, I didn't leave the Democratic Party, it left me. I didn't leave, you know, I didn't leave the it went too far. Man, I certainly feel like that about the Republican Party now. Man, it's changed. It isn't conservative anymore. It isn't Republican platforms anymore. It's Trumpism. And I'm no longer a fan.
I have some ideas about what is implied by the political term progressive that maybe I agree with, maybe I don't, but I definitely want to see, you know, humanity progress.
And one of the reasons I'm concerned about you being a progressive is that...
Me specifically or all progressives?
All men.
Men, only men.
Only men.
Progressive women don't concern you.
It's abnormal for women to be progressive.
Interesting.
Or liberal, but it's abnormal for a man to be a liberal or progressive. It's a sign of being a beta male.
I didn't know that.
Because real men are conservative, Republican, you know, and strong in nature. So I'm concerned if you're a liberal or progressive.
If I became conservative, would I no longer be beta?
You would become alpha.
Well, something.
Alpha.
Yeah. Would you consider yourself...
Would you want to be alpha?
I want to see progress.
Amazing.
Does white...
Jesse Lee Peterson's wild. No, I do not agree with him.
It does.
Absolutely.
And where's the proof of that?
All around.
Because you can't love God and Satan too, man.
I wonder if it's got Jesse Lee Peterson and Destiny. That Destiny, the reason I like Destiny is like he at least knows when to joke. He's not so left and so afraid of bothering people and offending people. At least he knows when to call somebody out. He seems like he has some reasonable common sense. A lot of people get mad at him because for some reason because he has an open relationship, but I could care less. That's his relationship. I don't give a fuck what he does. But he is funny with Jesse Lee Peterson.
Is 30 years old too old for video games?
I don't think so.
How old are you?
30 years old.
And you're a video gamer, right?
Sometimes I am, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you for calling. You're on air. Are you an adult video gamer?
I am a quote-unquote adult video gamer.
How old are you?
I am 23 years old.
You live with your mother?
No, I don't. I actually work a job and go to school full-time.
I was under the impression, maybe I'm wrong, that video games were for children.
Oh, you're absolutely wrong.
Why? How are they for adults?
What's the difference between playing a video game and watching a movie?
Are you shy of the world? Are you able to deal with people?
Oh, I deal with people perfectly fine.
Why are you an adult video gamer?
Because I enjoy the entertainment of
video gamer.
Destiny, do you agree with me that adults should not be?
So this is where this mentality, like everybody says that I'm in my basement, or in my mom's basement. I don't know why. I'm fucking, goddamn, I'll be 35 soon. Like, why would I be in my mother's basement?
Video gamers?
Considering I'm an adult that plays video games, it wouldn't make much sense if I agreed with you, would it?
I think it's a character a lot of times.
Oh, you were married?
Yep.
And were you?
It would be hard if he was a black guy who was progressive, it would be hard for him to break through. But because he's so conservative, you see him everywhere. Reminds me of Candace Owens.
Video gamer while married?
Yep.
Well, no wonder your wife left you. Is 30 years old.
No wonder your wife left you.
No, I don't.
You hate some black people?
I mean, I imagine so, probably.
Do you hate some black people?
Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah, if I think about it.
Why do you hate them?
I don't know, because of personal issues I have with it.
What type of personal issue?
It would depend on the person. I don't know. I don't want to call out specific people I don't like on this show.
Do you love black people?
Not like I don't love any group of people because like, I don't love white people or black. But there are people that I like and there are people that I don't like.
Do you love black people?
Amazing.
I don't love like groups of people that look a certain way. No.
Do you love black people?
I don't love groups of people that look a certain way.
I asked you about black people. Do you love black people?
Like a particular black person or certain types of black people?
Do you love black people?
Sure, I love black people.
Wow.
Amazing.
I'm telling you.
Destiny said amazing.
Are you conservative or liberal?
Probably very liberal.
Probably very liberal.
Compared to, yeah.
Compared to what?
Most Americans, yeah.
Oh, yeah? How old are you?
He's a progressive, but he's a very staunch capitalist.
30 years old.
And how long have you been a liberal?
Probably 5 to...
It's hard to just say liberal because liberal covers everything from like progressives to like communists to like socialists to like fucking the people we make fun of on Twitter. Like it covers everything.
5 to 6 years maybe.
But when you go on the right, if you just say conservative, that's a little bit different than like a staunch Republican. That's a little bit different than like a neocon. That's a little bit different than like this new Trump shit. And that's a little different between the Tea Party or Libertarian Party. Like they're all crazy.
And you were a conservative prior to
all different.
Liberal?
Very much.
And what made you become a liberal?
I got a little older, a little smarter.
Oh,
you grew out of it, yeah.
And you were tired of being a...
Destiny was when he was in high school and stuff, he was a libertarian, I guess, more.
I was tired of being an idiot, but...
So you woke up one day, you know what, I'm tired of being a man. I want to be a liberal.
I think there are plenty of men that are liberals.
Not real men.
You really think so?
Men who are liberals are betas. Knowing that she's been with so many guys and ladies, what was it that attracted you to her?
What somebody's body count is not usually something I worry about. We hung out.
So this is about his open relationship.
And we had fun a lot, and that's enough.
So, like, they are together. This is the way he explains it. I'm not saying that I get this. This isn't my style. I don't think I could have a relationship like this for whatever reason. I just couldn't. But they are together. They love each other. They come see each other every night. They live together. But they're both allowed on the side to have sexual relationships as long as they have one going on at the same time. So if Destiny has a friend, she can have a friend and do whatever. But they still come home to each other at night because they're married.
Enough for me to like get to know somebody better. So she came to America afterwards, then we continued to hang out. Our relationship got deeper, and yeah.
So you guys are not in love with other people. You're just in love with one another, and you have sex with everybody and their mama.
Exactly. I only love 3 people, Jesse.
And who's that?
Melina, my son, Nathan, and black people.
Oh, you love black people?
From the previous interview.
Oh, yeah.
Very good.
She's been with so many guys and ladies.
They say that they separate like love and sex. Sex is something you have fun. You can do it with multiple people, blah, blah, but they love each other. And that's why they chose to spend their life together.
A woman who's...
But I don't care. Like, I'm not going to, like, some people will be like, oh, you're listening to Destiny. He's a fucking cuck. That's not what a cuck is, first of all. But second of all, like, I could care less. Like, he could fuck 100 people all day long, rotate them by 20 at a time, 5 cycles every hour, and I could care less.
Will have an issue with homosexuality or something like that. They hear that Destiny is having sex with a man, so yeah, let me go do it.
Maybe, yeah.
A cuck is someone who enjoys knowing or watching or seeing his wife get fucked by someone.
There's a lot of people that don't have very many gay or bisexual role models. You know, Pete Buttigieg. I'm sure you've heard.
Destiny's also, I think, bisexual, so a lot of people make fun of him for that.
Yeah,
but again, I could care less if we're talking about economics or we're talking like I'm not going to ask him like, do you think I should be bisexual? Does it feel good? Do you think I should try it?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people look up to that guy because he's gay. I don't know. It's some people like to have those role models publicly, and I guess if I could serve as that for anybody, it'd be a pretty flattering thing to do.
Does your girlfriend know you may be at some guy house having sex with him that night?
Well, if you know it, Jesse, what do you think?
What does she think about you having?
If you know it, what do you think she knows it?
We're both bisexual, so neither of us.
Oh, she has sex with women?
Sometimes, yep.
What a mess!
It's weird that people will like fixate on someone else having sex with someone else, or someone else having sex with like the same sex, right? So like two guys or two girls. But then they'll call like lesbian porn hot, or their number one dream is a threesome.
I wish you well with that. I hope you're able to overcome that.
Their sexual fantasies.
Overcome monogamy at some point too.
Do I still make you angry?
Does what make me angry?
Do I make you angry?
I don't think it make me angry. No.
I don't make you angry anymore?
No, I don't think so. Did you make me angry?
I heard that I make you angry. Beta. A woman who
Destiny treats it like I'm just here, right? And it's a joke.
Do you recognize there's a difference between being able to like people individually versus liking groups of people because of a reason?
Oh, this is black people again.
Repeat that.
If I were to
Part two.
ask you like gamers, what would you say?
I love all people.
All people?
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally love all people.
All right.
What if you
got him there?
Black for the lack
got him there.
Would you criticize black people for the most, not all, but would you criticize most black people for the lack of character?
No, I wouldn't target a group of people by their skin color to criticize for.
How about black people?
No.
Do you agree with me that there's no such thing as racism, sexism, homophobia, Islamophobia?
I think the biggest privilege we have is wealth privilege. I mean, I grew up fucking dirt poor. And my whole life when I was young, I could tell that people treated me different because I was fucking poor. There's a second upper echelon of people, and depending on the area you live in, it may start at just being able to buy a house, or it might be a private jet. But it doesn't matter. There are two groups of people. There are the poor, and then there are the not poor. And like in this small town, it doesn't take much to be in the poor class, or to be in the rich class. I said that backwards. It doesn't take much to be in the rich class, right? Most people are rent homes, work paycheck to paycheck, have title loans and car loans and fucking payday advances, and they're definitely treated different, have different opportunities available to them, regardless of their skin color.
Deadbeat dadism, or white supremacism. Do you agree with me that those things don't...
Theo Vaughn says, white privilege, I didn't know what that was. I knew some motherfuckers that owned sweaters. They had the privilege.
It's just
I was, what's he say? I was 2 wife beaters in the winter.
Everything to do with the lack of character?
I mean, it can have to do with lack of character and both exist at the same time.
Do you agree with me that those things
no, of course, those
exist?
things absolutely exist in the world.
You believe racist?
But there are true racists. I'm not trying to take away from that. There are people that are super fucking racist. Growing up in this small town, I saw people that like that would just didn't like somebody because of the color of their skin. I think almost all people feel more comfortable with people that look like them, and I don't think that that's like inherently bad or racist. The same way I wouldn't say like black people might feel more comfortable around black people, especially if they've grown up around black people and lived around black people. But there are legit racists too.
Yeah, of course.
I don't want to take that away.
No.
You finally...
I got a gay nephew, and this has nothing to do with the black thing, but I got a gay nephew, and then I have an uncle who's a preacher, who has his own problems with his own family that never get discussed. But my nephew finally come to the family reunion. He doesn't go very often because he feels like he's judged. He goes to the family reunion, and my uncle that's a preacher starts blessing the food in prayer and goes into a sermon about homosexuality with my nephew sitting there. I was so fucking pissed. This is the first time I've ever cussed a man during a prayer.
You hate all black people?
No, I don't.
You hate some black people?
And I pointed out that his daughter-in-law was sitting out there with her fucking orangutan titties out, breastfeeding a baby, and just had the other tit out just for show, I guess.
I mean, I imagine so, probably.
Do you hate some black people?
Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah.
The church treated my nephew really poorly too. Like, he was obviously really struggling. He was really confused. He loved church. That was his big thing. He was super religious, always went to church, blah, blah, blah. And when rumors got around that he wasn't dating anybody, he wasn't seeing anybody, he just didn't have an interest in girls anymore. So rumors started spreading that he was gay. And when rumors got to the church that he attended, he was probably 15 at the time. You know, he wasn't even driving. They were giving him rides and shit to go out there. He had a permit. So if you have 15. And when rumors got to the church, they basically treated him like he was a fucking pedo, right? They made a new set. They brought him into the office. They told him like he wasn't allowed to be around any of the youth groups. They didn't want him to go to that Sunday school class. If he wanted to come to Sunday school, he needed to sit out in the main auditorium with all the adults. He couldn't be back there with his friends. Like, it was really fucking bad. If I could have caught one of those motherfuckers,
Think about
it'd have been a lot worse.
I don't know, because of personal issues I have with it.
What type of personal issue?
It would depend on the person. I don't know. I don't want to call out specific people I don't like on this show.
And he's like a Roan scholar. He ran for the state senate. He's the first Roan scholar ever from Unicoi County. It's not like he had a reputation, and they're like, oh well, you know, he could be gaying up the kids. Like, he is a perfect example of like a good kid. Like, he never gets in trouble. He did, you know, he had 4.0 GPA. He's valedictorian, all this shit. And they tried to make him out like he was a fucking pedo, not just that he may be gay. No one even knew yet.
Black people?
Not like, I don't love any group of people because like I don't love white people.
Oh, we saw this one. That's black people again.
Do you think once you get married, do you date?
I do.
I think we're out of Destiny clips. Destiny probably takes it the best. You know, he doesn't get aggravated. He kind of makes a joke out of it. He'll even say amazing instead of Jesse Lee Peterson saying it. It's pretty funny when you watch it.
Number two, you said it correctly. You said it correctly earlier. You said it correctly.
Let him talk. Let him speak. Let him speak.
You
Let him
said it
speak.
correctly earlier. BLM was created because of the extrajudicial killing of black men that didn't seem to be taken seriously by police departments. If you want to create an organization that talks about other types of like Black Lives Lost, by all means do that. But don't say that every single organization created needs to cater to every single issue.
I didn't say every single organization does, but I'm glad you brought up that point, because once again, only 13 unarmed black men were killed last year by the police, as opposed to 35 unarmed white men who were killed. So when we're saying like it's about police brutality, why don't they have a White Lives Matter? Why don't they have this type of thing? And if you are going to call yourselves Black Lives Matter, why isn't it everybody? Why not just call it Black Lives Matter when police get killed? Excuse me, when they get killed by police?
We have a White Lives Matter organization. It's called the United States of America. Nobody in the United States. Say, man. Oh, yeah.
Beta. Jesse's heckling from the stage. It's his event. He's heckling from the stage, screaming beta.
A white guy gets killed. People aren't out here making all these excuses for why he should have been killed. Seems like it happens for black people more often than not. We saw it happen on stage earlier. I heard this gentleman say it.
That's right, Mustang.
If you want to create an organization to talk about black on black violence, do it. There's tons of different ways to do that. Whatever you want to call it, you know? Number two, you said it correctly. You said it correctly earlier.
Jesse heckling him from the stage is very funny. Beta. All right, guys, I got to go buy Mariah some chocolate milk, I guess, and restart the dryer. Thanks for hanging out with me. I know it's kind of boring. I wanted the political talk in there, but we kind of ventured off a couple of trails. I need to start on my YouTube and Rumble. I only want like the concise part of it, I guess, recorded. So I need to start doing the extracurricular activity without broadcasting, and that'll give a benefit to come to Twitch. Twitch is going to be like the hangout with the show, and then everywhere else is going to be like just the show portion, right? Dad's all right. It says he's feeling fine. He goes back to the doctor Tuesday, and they told him to bring his shoes because he might be going back to regular footwear. So we'll see. Don't forget to download the game. We're still a long ways from our goal. I think we can get... Let me read these numbers to you, and you'll see how far we are off. So level 5, we can get up to 154. We have 19. Level or the zombie lair rally, joining alliance, rallying attack on a zombie lair, 154. Now those could be the same 154. It's not like we have to have 308. We'll probably end up having like 250 or something. That way, you know, some of them will go here, just here, and the rest of them will go on. But yeah, it can't be the same group of people. And then 5-star heroes, which is something I've got to work on. I haven't even done that yet. They said it was on the right. What was it on the right side of your menu, Dr. J? So the best places to catch you is on Facebook. No, I wish Facebook people would stop watching over there. I put it up for my dad. He watches from there sometimes. But he hasn't been watching there as much. I don't know if I'm going to continue to stay there, especially if they ban me again. I wish they'd come to Twitch. That would help me out a lot. Because sometimes there's 30 or 40 people over there. Under events, third icon down on the right side, path to survival, do tasks to get 800 points for a 5-star hero. Thank you very much. So if you guys, I can have 50 people do that. Any of those things that you can do it, that's great. Yeah. Either way, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with me. And we ran a little bit over, but there's still a decent number of people in here. We were over 100 most of the night. That's what I check. I like to keep my average viewers, average, not constant, but average viewers over 100. We're still at 85 over on Twitch, so we probably had a pretty decent night. Thank you guys for joining us. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm gonna hop off here. I'll be back hanging out or something tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Friday. That's supposed to be the big show. I'm kind of way off schedule, so we'll be hanging out or something tomorrow. I've got a new game. It's the same game Bullshiver's been playing. It's like a Vampires Take Over an Island game. I downloaded it today, so we can check it out. And anything else, just get a hold of me. I appreciate it. We might do like a group chat or something tomorrow if you guys want to talk instead of just listening. Let me know, and we'll see everybody on the next one. Have a good night. Thank you, and see you tomorrow. That time it was pink. Most of the time it's yellow. It's weird.